Chapter 1442. The two sisters, Ling and Lotus, were sitting on chairs, using wooden knives and forks to focus on the barbecued meat and bread in front of them. The two sisters had a very cute white milk mark on their lips, and the cup of milk was placed to the side. Slomer was a relatively large town near the Buchi region. This town on the border of the Black Forest gathered a large number of adventurers and merchants who did business in the Black Forest. It was one of the largest settlements and markets outside the borders of Madara and Erewhon. Of course, this place was usually a lawless area. The owner of the town was a mercenary group, and as long as it was not a battle on the surface, all kinds of conspiracies and tricks were allowed. Of course, these little tricks were not in Brando's eyes. After secretly dealing with 3 blind thieves who tried to attack Ling and Lotus, as well as 2 thieves who tried to steal his wallet, they settled down in this inn. Of course, the two sisters knew nothing about this. This place was very close to the loop of trade winds and Buchi. To its north was the southern foot of the Tosankade Forest, the Silman River Valley, and to its west was the gentle slope of the Greyhar Mountains. Brando remembered that before summer came, he had once brought Freya into the Greyhar Mountains. At that time, when he looked east from the cliff, he saw the dusky forest in front of his eyes. In fact, the forest they were in now was called the Summerfield Forest. This forest was the easternmost part of the Black Forest in the loop of trade winds. Further east was the Buchi Mountains that connected with Madara, which was also the place they had passed through before. This forest could be said to be a part of the Black Forest, but it could also be said to be the periphery of the Black Forest. In these places where there were few people, there were often opportunities that ordinary people could not imagine. In the forest, there were magical beasts, mineral deposits, and treasures left behind by the predecessors. These could all represent a windfall. Because of this reason, this place gradually became the gathering place of the Southern Erewhon adventurers and desperados. Brando even knew that the adventurers and mercenaries who gathered in Tonajul would travel to this place in the autumn and summer. Every spring, they would set off from Tonajul and pass through the forest of Tonajul to come here for an adventure, to seek a commission, or just to find something to do. In autumn, before winter, they would leave this place and return to Tonajul for the long winter. But ever since the original overlord of Abes was killed, the order in Tonajul was restored. Apart from a few law-abiding adventurers, the outlaws and mercenaries were chased out of Tonajul. Some of them went to the Silman region, while others went to Chablis. But no matter what, the number of foreigners staying in Tonajul increased. That was why there was such a lively scene. If it was before the Year of the Sword, this town would be relatively deserted and desolate during the season. Mercenaries and adventurers were known as the outlaws in Wonde. They were the poorest people in the world, but at the same time, they were also the most extravagant people. Their money came and went quickly because no one knew when they would lose their lives. That was why they lived in a hurry. Their extravagant spending habits spurred the local businesses, and the merchants who gathered here came from this. But there were also many types of businesses, and there were many women who were involved in the prostitution business. Just opposite this inn, Brando saw a few scantily dressed prostitutes trying to attract customers. Most of their customers were not particular people, and some of them even openly flirted with each other on the streets. When Brendel saw a guy impatiently putting his hand under one of the women's clothes, he finally could not help but frown and got up to close the window. Then, Brando threw the guy who threatened him to open the window out of the hall to the street outside. After that, he clapped his hands and sat down again. He saw that the two sisters' faces were a little red. Ling's face was a little calmer, and Lotus' face was like a ripe apple. "Don't mind those people, they're just a bunch of scum." "Yes, Mr. Brando." The little girl stuttered. "Eat more, you have to finish the milk." Seeing the two sisters' expressions of disgust, Brando couldn't help but smile. "The barbecue sauce here is the specialty. You won't be able to taste something as authentic as this if you head north of Chablis. The ingredients in the dark forest are very rare in the outside world. You'll have to go to Trondheim for your next meal, and you'll have to eat jerky on the way." Lotus couldn't help but stick out her tongue when she heard that. The jerky on the road was dry and salty, like firewood in a salt pot. Of course, it also looked like that on the surface. But no matter what, it was much better than the two sisters going hungry. At least they didn't have to worry about being with this lord. It was a pity that her sister insisted on returning to Lantern Island, and she also wanted to go back to the monastery and see her companions. Otherwise, it would be better to stay in Tonajal. In addition to the mouth-watering roast venison, there was also a curved croissant, which was also a local specialty. It was seasoned with several berries from the dark forest, and it was deeply loved by the two sisters. Even the usually quiet Ling showed a satisfied look after taking a bite. After the meal, Brendel ordered fruits for the two sisters as dessert. A wooden tray filled with grapes and wild strawberries was served, but these fruits were the most expensive part of the meal. The grapes grown in the lowland manors along the coast of Lantern Island had to be stored in a magic cellar before they could be transported over long distances. The merchants had to put a partition in the wooden box, layer after layer of straw, then put in the magically preserved grapes, layer after layer of straw, and finally nail a wooden board. It would take hundreds of miles for them to arrive here. The grapes that could be found everywhere in the lowlands of Lantern Island were more expensive than gold here. Lotus had a good memory, so she could vaguely guess the value of these precious fruits. She couldn't help but feel a little uneasy. The pair of sisters, who had always lived a poor life, felt a sense of guilt after eating so much gold in one meal. However, Brando didn't care about it. From Nauvoo to Bodo and then to Marlow, the three of them ate and slept in the open along the way. Although it didn't matter what he ate with his current strength, the two little girls were still in the growing stage. In human age, they were at most 11 years old. It was the time when they needed to replenish their nutrition. There was no such condition in the wilderness, and it was not easy to find a place to settle down. Naturally, they had to be rewarded. The two sisters were the children of Bai, but they were also Medisha's relatives. These two lovely and strong little girls, in Brando's opinion, should have been born to enjoy the life of a princess, but reality made them struggle in a difficult situation. Even so, they did not give up hope. Instead, they embarked on the road to find their mother without hesitation. From Lantern Island to Madara, the journey of thousands of miles, not only did they protect themselves well, but they also learned along the way. Just this perseverance alone was hard not to like. Moreover, this amount of money was actually nothing to Brando. Not to mention the huge wealth of Valhalla and Abes that belonged to him, even Count Randner's annuity was not enough for him to use up. The only thing that surprised Brando was that these fresh magic cellar grapes were more expensive than the annual red wine of the local manor outside of Lantern Island. They were precious ingredients that could only be seen on the tables of nobles. He did not expect to see such things in this small town by the border. This was not just a factor of their value and price. This also involved the spending power of the land. Brando could not help but be curious. Could it be that in the 2 years he was in Tonajal, Marlow, this small town, had become so prosperous that even small inns were ready to receive noble guests at any time? However, Brando's question was quickly answered. A young man holding a wine glass appeared in front of him. The other party was wearing a silk robe and the emblem on his mink fur hat, all of which indicated that he was a noble. However, Brando noticed that the other party's behavior was slightly inappropriate. Although he was not a proper noble himself, he had been around the best nobles in the kingdom, such as the princess, Oberway, and Maynard, and finally cultivated to a level where he had not eaten pork before. Just by observation alone, he was able to distinguish whether a noble had a background or not. Even though I don't think it's that useful. He guessed that this young man might be a descendant of one of the new noble families in Erewhon. Since the war between Ampere Seal and Randner, the structure of the nobles in the kingdom had changed greatly. Those who were persecuted in the Frost Rebellion had been rehabilitated. Although some of them may not have originally been members of the royal faction, because there were too many vacancies in the two wars, and after the war, Her Royal Highness had reinfected a group of nobles who had performed meritorious deeds. New nobles had sprung up like bamboo shoots after the rain. The typical characteristic of these new nobles was that they did not have a fief, or a small fief with no real power, but they were often close to the royal family or the princess, or held real power. Although Erewhon did not have a ruling body that could be called a government or a court, but under his influence, a bureaucratic system around Princess Griffin and Heruz was gradually forming. These people would form a new political ecology in Erewhon in the future. They would no longer be vassals, but ministers of the king and the kingdom. Chapter 1443. Due to the lack of land, these new nobles had no common interests with the traditional nobles. In fact, since the new nobles were closely tied to the royal family for good or ill, at least for now, they were almost naturally opposed to the traditional nobles. However, Erewhon's new nobles were not yet a force to be reckoned with, but one day, they would become a force that Her Highness could rely on. Brando's guess was right. The young man in front of him was called Hain, and his father was an attendant of the royal family. In the past, this position was insignificant in Erewhon's aristocratic ecosystem, but now it held real power. It was said that Her Highness intended to imitate the system after the reform of the Cruz Empire and re-establish the position of Prime Minister. Although Hain did not expect his father to become the Prime Minister of the kingdom, the prosperity of the bureaucratic system meant that his father could reach a higher position in the system in the future. At least, he would not be a nameless attendant of the royal family for the rest of his life. And with the gradual rise of the royal faction, his father's status also rose. Although his official position was still the same, Hain's father had won the trust of Oberway. The latter was almost the Prime Minister of the Empire, but he had not been crowned with that title yet. His family's status also rose by leaps and bounds. Originally, he was just a small nobleman, but now he was developing in the direction of a big family. His 8-year-old brother was also sent to Trondheim to learn and grow up in the territory of the famous count, and the family had high hopes for him. Hain himself was not ambitious, so he was not jealous of this. His current noble title might not be hereditary in the future, and he only liked to make friends with nobles. Besides, he was happy to see his family's status rise. Hain had long noticed Brando in the inn. Although the young man did not look like a noble, he had a natural aura that was hard to ignore and even unforgettable. Hain did not know that it was because of Brando's soul and habits as a modern person. Ever since he stepped into the realm of the sage, the aura he exuded was more natural and natural. Just like a sage like Eloranta, no matter how plainly dressed or how ordinary her appearance was, she would still be noticed in a crowd. Unless the latter deliberately hid it, the majestic aura was as obvious as the bright moon in the night sky. But this alone was not enough for Hain to meet Brando in person. The fruits were just a gesture of goodwill, and he did not want to let Brando know of his existence. But after seeing Brando teach the drunkard a lesson, Hain finally could not help but stand up. "Hello, are these two lovely ladies yours, Your Excellency?" "They are my sisters." Hain Fu revealed a look of realization. In fact, he didn't care about Lien and Ling's identity. It was just an excuse. Although the two elves did make him a little curious, it was just curiosity. Ling and Lien looked at Brendel with slight surprise. They probably did not expect him to say that. "Did you pass by Moloth?" Brando nodded and looked at this guy with some curiosity. Along the way, there were many people who struck up a conversation with him, but most of them did not have good intentions. They were either tempted by money or had bad intentions towards the half-elven sisters beside him. But the young man in front of him did not look like he was short of money, and did not seem to have bad intentions. He took the initiative to raise his glass, which meant to thank the other party for his hospitality. Obviously, the fruits in the magic cellar came from the young man in front of him. "Me too," Hain replied. "It seems that you are from Erewhon." "I am Hain of the Montolo family, and my father is Derek Montolo." "Derek Montolo." "Sophie." "Sophie?" Hain was stunned. It did not sound like a noble's name, and the other party did not report his family background. He knew that he might be a little abrupt, but fortunately, he did not care. "It seems that Mr. Sophie has just fled from Madara." "How did you know that I fled back?" Brando could not help but laugh as he motioned for the other party to sit down. Hain did not refuse. He sat down and asked, "Mr. Sophie, is the situation in Madara good? Is the south of the Sea of the Dying Moon really as bad as the rumors say?" Brando was still a little puzzled. There were not many people in Erewhon who were interested in Madara. Although the two countries were so close, and Erewhon had been suffering from the flames of war in Madara for a long time. The strange phenomenon was that almost no one in this kingdom, from the nobles to the commoners, really studied their neighbor. Even some of the rumors among the commoners were mostly false bedtime stories that were full of descriptions of the green-faced, fanged undead of Madara. However, there were very few people who really knew the ins and outs of the Dark Kingdom. He wondered if the rumors of the 47-foot in Madara had spread to Erewhon so quickly. The speed of the rumors was really fast. It had only been 2 or 3 months since the battle in Mahodafen, and that was something that happened in the south of the Sea of the Dying Moon. While thinking, he shook his head and said, "My sisters and I came from the vicinity of Erewhon." It was indeed crowded with refugees. Most of them wanted to escape across the sea to the Silver Bay area or the White Mountains. There were very few people who really went to Erewhon like us. I chose to go by land, but the mountain paths near Karsuk were almost all sealed, so we had to go around the south of Daobwa and enter Erewhon through the northern edge of the Black Forest of Kalanga. Brando described his journey along the way, but the reason he went around Daobwa was not because the mountain paths in Karsuk were sealed off by the Highland Knight, but because it was closer to Tonajul. But this explanation sounded reasonable to Hainf. He could imagine how difficult and dangerous this journey was. From Daobwa to Malos, there were mountains and precipitous ridges. The journey was no less than 1,000 miles, and there were almost no civilized areas along the way. This young man and his sisters were lucky to be able to reach here, and also showed that the other party's strength was indeed not ordinary. Hearing this, he could not help but sigh, "Then you're really lucky." "Oh, why?" "Now it seems that you made the right choice not to go to the White Mountains and Silver Bay like the others." Hainf lowered his voice. "I'm afraid Mr. Sophie still doesn't know that something happened in the White Mountains." "What happened?" Brando frowned. He had heard some rumors along the way, but because he had been hurrying along the edge of civilization, he had no time to pay attention to other things. In addition, these rumors were now widely spread in the north of Madara. Some of them were obviously nonsense, but they still had a large audience. The army that the elves allowed the undead to enter suddenly attacked the White Mountains and killed the king of the mountains, Shalafang. It is said that thousands of local residents were killed, most of them elves of Alisan. The elven court of Saint Tossol was furious because of this, and now the elves have sealed their borders. It is said that they are going to war with the undead of Madara. "That's impossible," Brando said firmly. "The undead in the White Mountains now must be the main force of the Roman Black Rose led by the Queen of Madara. This undead army was waiting for the results of the conference to decide whether to stay or leave. How could they suddenly attack the Wind Elves at this time? Unless something happened during the conference, but that was still impossible. In his impression, the Queen of Madara was definitely not such an impulsive person. His reaction scared Hainf. This is indeed unbelievable, but the news is very true. It has already spread in Erewhon. It is said that the Wind Elves did not allow Madara to settle in the wilderness to the east of their kingdom. Brando shook his head. This was too ridiculous. The Queen of Madara would never suddenly attack because of this. However, if the rumors were true, then things had become complicated. The undead had killed the Mountain King, Shalafang. This hero of the White Mountains was still alive in the original history of the Second Age. He was extremely prestigious among the elves, and he was also a member of the Elven Court. If he really died at the hands of the undead, then the hatred between Saint Tossol and Madara would never be quelled. He frowned, faintly feeling that things were a little beyond his expectations. He suddenly felt a sense of urgency to return to Erewhon as soon as possible. The change in this matter might be far from as simple as it seemed. He instinctively felt that there might be the shadow of the Twilight Dragon behind this. If that was the case, Erewhon might also be in danger. Brando did not forget that Lady Martha had told him before she left that the Throne of Destiny was in that blessed land. He knew very well what the Twilight Dragon's true purpose was. He was not worried about anything else, but if the Twilight Dragon used the same method to assassinate Her Highness or anyone around him, it would be a loss he could not bear. The sudden gloominess of the young man in front of him made Hainf feel that the topic was a little difficult to continue. In fact, he even felt as if he was suffocating. What's going on? Heinf was horrified. Why did this young man just frown make him feel as if the sky outside had darkened? Even in front of his stern father, he had never experienced such a feeling. He subconsciously sat up straight, his palms sweating. He was trying to find a topic to end this terrible conversation, but his mind seemed to be blank. For a moment, his smooth negotiation ability seemed to have become dry, and he even forgot what he wanted to say. Chapter 1444. Ling and Lotus naturally noticed the change in Brando, but the two sisters had been with Brando for a long time and were already used to his aura, so they didn't feel too uncomfortable. However, they were also surprised. They faintly felt that ever since they returned from the stagnation realm, Brando's aura was getting stronger by the day. Sometimes, when he inadvertently revealed it, it was as if the whole world would change color. His aura was like a true king patrolling his kingdom. It was as if he was a god on earth, so out of place with the mortals around him. At this moment, the light in the inn dimmed, and a group of people walked in from outside. Heinf subconsciously raised his head, and when he saw the people walking in from outside, his face couldn't help but change color. Heinf, you coward, you're actually hiding here. There were a total of 5 people coming in from outside. Other than the 4 wizards in long robes, there was also an arrogant young man. The latter was also dressed in noble clothing, and his every move showed his nobility. When the young man saw this direction, a trace of surprise flashed in his eyes, and then he said sarcastically, "Do you really think I'll find trouble with you? You think too highly of yourself. Even if it's your younger brother, I wouldn't care, let alone a piece of trash like you. But you're lucky that you hid fast enough. Otherwise, I would have beaten you up." He still wanted to say something, but as if he was afraid of the wizards behind him, he shook his head in disdain and walked into the inn. Brando came back to his senses and looked in that direction, but he just happened to see the young man looking at him provocatively. He had already experienced the frivolity of these young nobles, so he didn't take it to heart. He only turned around and asked Heinf, "These people are?" "That's Roant, the son of the Count of Redbud. His father is a retainer of the Grand Duke of Grenoires, and he himself is a famous genius in grimoires. It is said that he has the potential to become a genius of the new generation of Erewhon after the Valkyrie, the Sword of the White Lion, Breton, and Loka. But he is indeed very strong, even my younger brother can't compare to him." Heinf answered truthfully. At the end of his sentence, he could not help but look at Brendel with lingering fear. The scene from before was deeply engraved in his memory. He really could not imagine how strong this young man in front of him was, to be able to make him feel that way with just a change in his emotions. Maybe this is a master who has stepped into the gold realm. Such a young gold realm, Heinf was secretly shocked. He knew that the so-called 3 geniuses of Erewhon, the Valkyrie Freya, the Sword of the White Lion, Breton, and the young Vice-Commander Loka, had only just touched the elemental realm. In other words, this young man in front of him might have the talent that was not inferior to the most outstanding geniuses of Erewhon. Realizing this, Heinf couldn't help but subconsciously put Brando on the same level as himself, or even higher. Roant? Brando frowned, thinking that he had never heard of this name before he left Erewhon. However, he had left Erewhon for a long time, more than half a year. During this time, many things had happened in and out of Erewhon, and some things were indeed very different from before he left. He thought for a moment and asked, "Speaking of the geniuses of Grenoires, have you heard of a person called Finus?" "Mr. Finus," Heinf said with deep respect, "are you talking about the young man who shone in the swordsmanship tournament in Count Ranner? I heard that he had received guidance from the Count. Mr. Finus' swordsmanship is now second to none among the young geniuses of Erewhon, and Roant is far from being his match. However, I heard that Mr. Finus went to St. Tossol to learn swordsmanship in the Wind Elven Empire." Brando did not expect Petit Finus to have such a situation. It seemed that he was not wrong about the latter's talent, but it was a pity that they were not on the same path. Otherwise, he would not have minded accepting Petit Finus as his student. The reason he gave Petit Finus pointers in swordsmanship was to open a door to a wider world for him. Now, it seemed that the starting point had served its purpose. Petit Finus going to St. Tossol could be said to be both unexpected and expected. Perhaps one day, another sword saint would be born in Erewhon, but only those who walked on this path would understand the hardships of this path. He believed that Petit Finus would be able to overcome all of this. Since Petit Finus was far superior to that guy called Roant, then it seemed that he was not a great genius. Brando no longer cared about the hurried glance he gave him. "Mr. Hainf, who is your brother?" "My brother is my father's youngest son. He is only 8 years old this year. Unlike my useless elder brother, he has some talent in swordsmanship, and the family thinks highly of him." Hainf smiled at the mention of his brother. "My father sent him to Tonagel to learn under the Count. Although we do not expect him to become the Count's attendant knight, as long as he can learn something, it will be enough for him to use for the rest of his life." When Hainf mentioned the Count, his tone was full of reverence. No matter how much Brando was criticized by the traditional nobles, it could not change his legendary experience of turning the tide in the Battle of Ampere Seal. Now, Brando had long been the idol of almost all the teenagers and young people in Erewhon. He was the dream lover in the hearts of countless girls, especially to the rising nobles. This Count not only represented a legend, but also a rising political power. As a child of a rising noble family, this kind of influence was often double. Hainf could not help but say, "Speaking of which, the Count is the real genius of Erewhon. I heard that he is not even 40 years old this year, but he is already a sword saint with the strength of elemental activation. At the same time, he is also the Count of the Kingdom, the hero who saved the royal family and Her Highness the Princess. Compared to this Count, what is Roant? Not even 40 years old?" Brando almost spat out his rice. He wondered how he had suddenly aged 20 years. However, he also understood that his actions were too unusual. Most people would find it hard to believe that he had done all this in his early 20s. In fact, he had lived 2 lives, and his mentality was indeed not that of a 20-year-old boy. Moreover, in this world, there were only a few people like Eek who had become a duke at such a young age. Moreover, the Ophelia family had its own difficulties. Hearing Hainf's boasting, the 2 sisters, Ling and Lien, could not help but laugh. The elder sister was a little more reserved, only slightly pursing her lips, but the younger sister kept looking straight at Brando, as if there was a flower on his face. Fortunately, Hainf was immersed in recalling the heroic deeds of the Count and did not notice the abnormalities of the 2 elven sisters. Brando could not bear to disturb the young man's fantasy, but he thought of something and asked, "Do you know the wizards who were with the young man?" Hainf obviously couldn't give an answer to this question. "They're probably the guards he hired," he guessed. Brando did not comment, but he could vaguely sense a familiar aura from the 4 magi. Although he was in a hurry to return to Erewhon, Brando still let the 2 elven sisters rest for the night at Moloch. The following journey would be deep into the Black Forest to the west of the Kalanga Mountains. It was not at all easier than traversing the mountains of the Yusong Mountains. In fact, it was even more troublesome. Although Moloch was already close to Tonagel, he still had to go around the Greyhar Mountains to reach Abes. If he were alone, he could directly pass through the highest peak of the Greyhar Mountains and save nearly half the journey. However, with the elven sisters, this journey would take at least 2 days. Before the sun set, he tried to summon the Shire and quickly received a response. However, the Shire was not in Erewhon at the moment, but had gone to the Silver Bay area. However, the Shire told him that they would return to Erewhon as soon as possible. If necessary, they could even summon him back to their side. There was no need for that. However, Brando had originally planned to use the Shire to inform Amandina and the Princess of Tonagel that he was on his way back. Now, this wish of his had fallen through. Early the next morning, Hainf came to invite them along as promised. It turned out that after hearing that Brando and the other 2 were preparing to go to Tonagel, this nobleman had a sudden idea to visit the Count's territory. Firstly, he wanted to see his younger brother, and secondly, he wanted to fulfill his dream of chasing after his idol. However, Brando felt that the latter was the main reason. For this reason, Lotus had been secretly laughing along the way, making fun of this fellow for being as blind as a bat. In this regard, Brando did not mind. Although he did not have much of an impression of this young man, and the latter even gave him the impression that he was a little too pompous. He also wanted to take this opportunity to see the mentality of the new nobles. He wanted to see how their descendants would change the political environment of Erewhon. It had to be said that Heinf was a very talkative person. As they passed through the bustling market of Marloth, Brando would occasionally take care of the greedy eyes and hands that were reaching for the two sisters. Heinf, on the other hand, introduced them to some of the local history and the rare treasures produced in the dark forest that the merchants were selling. Brando was very knowledgeable, and naturally knew that nearly half of the things that this fellow introduced were full of mistakes. Even so, among the nobles of Erewhon, he could be considered to have a good eye. Some things could only be explained by the locals, but this young man was able to speak logically as if he was a native who had been immersed in this place for many years. In fact, the latter had only stayed here for a little more than a week. This could be considered a skill. The key was that with such a tour guide, the journey became a lot more lively and not so boring, especially for the two sisters. Although Brando knew a lot of things himself, even more than Heinf, he was already used to it. He might not be able to speak so vividly and captivatingly about these things. Time passed quickly, and on the morning of the third day, the group had already entered the Greyhill Mountains. Chapter 1445. The woodlands to the east of the Greyhill Mountains grew along the gentle slopes. The trees were lush like a blanket. The mountainside was shrouded in a thin winter fog. Brando, Hein, Ling, and Lotus walked along the valley. The mountain stream flowed between the pebbles on the riverbank. When they waded across the river, Lotus naughtily lifted her shoes and stuck her bare feet into the cold water. She showed a grimacing expression. Brando looked at the sisters with a smile and lifted them up one by one. Hein was the first to cross the river. After he crossed the river, he screamed in surprise. Brando carried the sisters across the river. Only then did he realize that there was a layer of dense, red carpet on the shoal on the other side of the river. It was dragon blood moss. At this moment, Hein was standing on the red carpet, looking very surprised. Dragon blood moss was originally an unknown plant in the Black Forest. However, ever since the alchemists in Tonajol began to extract the lesser dragon blood potion from dragon blood moss, the value of this ordinary plant increased 100 times among the adventurers. Moreover, the Roman Seven Seas Merchant Association and the royal family of Erewhon were purchasing dragon blood moss as an alchemy raw material without limit. This trend even affected other countries. They sent spies and envoys to Tonajol to seek the formula of the lesser dragon blood potion and purchase this herb. Because of this, the number of dragon blood moss in the Black Forest in the south of Erewhon, especially at the edge of the Black Forest, was rapidly decreasing. The price of this herb was also rising steadily. In recent months, it was rare to see dragon blood moss of this scale unless one went deep into the Black Forest. However, the order and law in the Black Forest were different from other places. It was common for the scenery on the same path to change on a large scale. Some places could even become a forest in a day. It was not strange for dragon blood moss to grow densely all of a sudden. It was nothing more than a manifestation of a change in the law of a certain place. Mr. Sophie. Heinf turned around and waved his hand excitedly. We've made a small fortune. There's so much dragon's blood moss here. There are 4 of us, 3 of you and 1 of me. How about we divide it? Brando nodded and couldn't help but look at this noble child in a new light. Wealth and silk moved people's hearts. Although some noble children had a much more indifferent attitude towards money and goods, Heinf was able to take Ling and Lien into consideration when dividing the wealth. At least this showed that the other party was a meticulous and sensible person. What are these plants? Lotus was a little surprised to see Heinf's unusual excitement. She squatted down and stroked the dragon blood moss with her hand. She only felt that it was no different from ordinary lichens. Before they left Erewhon, the role of dragon blood moss was far from being taken seriously, so they had no idea of the value of this plant. This is dragon blood moss, ladies, Heinf replied loudly. This is a lot of money. Ever since the Count invented the dragon blood potion, the value of this plant has multiplied 100 times. Now, it can be sold for hundreds of tor per ounce on the black market. The two sisters' eyes once again converged on Brando, and Ling was no exception. In the past 2 days, they had heard too much about the Count from Hainf, and these were things that Brando did not talk about. So much? I'm afraid there's at least 100 pounds here. Not that much. It still needs to be dried. It's good enough if there's even a tenth left. Hainf shook his head. Brando did not expect the value of dragon blood moss to rise so quickly, but it made sense after thinking about it. In the past, the value of this herb was not high in the game because it was produced in large quantities. Because players could go deep into the Black Forest, dragon blood moss was not a rare thing in those places. Mr. Brando, Lotus whispered to him, my sister and I can't accept such a precious thing. You didn't discuss this proposal with your sister, did you? Brando looked at Ling, who was holding his sister's wrist tightly. Lotus's face turned red, and Ling also blushed, but the little girl immediately turned her head with a sour face. Brando touched Lotus's head and said, these dragon blood moss are nothing to me, but it's very important to you. I'll ask Hainf to convert it into money. In the future, when you live in Lantern Island, although I can ask my friends there to take care of you, you still need to have money in your hands. We can earn it ourselves, Mr. Brando. You can't live on this money for the rest of your life. The lifespan of elves is much longer than that of humans. Brando teased them, but with this money, you can buy a shop. With a stable source of income, you can settle down and inquire about your mother. Lotus did not object. Brando said again, when we return to Tonajal, I'll help you and your sister get a bottle of dragon blood potion. This potion is actually more effective when used when you're underage. Mr. Brando. Lotus's eyes could not help but turn red. Why are you so good to us? Brando touched her head and did not answer. It was actually more beneficial for Hainf to convert the dragon blood moss into cash. After all, the price of this item in the south of Erewhon was increasing day by day, let alone in the north. However, Brando did not care too much about the dragon blood moss. The White Lion Guards in Valhalla had already fully popularized the dragon blood potion. Erewhon's current demand for dragon blood came from the White Lion Legion in the north and Yanalasu's Royal Navy, followed by the local legions. There was not much difference whether these potions fell into his hands or Hainf's hands. In the end, they would all flow into Erewhon's dragon blood moss market. He was more concerned about the meaning behind the sudden appearance of the dragon blood moss. Dragon blood moss rarely grew on such a large scale at the edge of the Black Forest. This was because at the border of Martha's blessed land, the laws of the area were relatively stable. A large-scale phenomenon often meant the appearance of a powerful treasure. And the only things that could accelerate the growth of the dragon blood moss were the spring of life and the dragon blood pool. The latter was more or less the same as the former. Brando was slightly tempted. He had always entrusted people to find the whereabouts of the spring of life and the spring of youth in the Black Forest, but he had missed out on the dragon blood pool. It was not that he was negligent, but this thing was even rarer. Legend had it that the dragon blood pool was formed by the blood of the Dragon King on the ground. It was an unparalleled treasure. The dragon blood in the dragon blood pool could be used to make the best dragon blood potion. This potion could even allow mortals to possess part of the Golden Bloodline's abilities. And this was not the most important thing. The most important thing was that the dragon blood pool had an ability similar to the spring of life. It could allow people to break out of their cocoons and be reborn. And this function was one of the things that he needed the most. There were too many people around him who needed the spring of life. No matter if it was to cure Dilfari's hidden illness, to reconstruct his senior sister's body, or to help the dear Demoness in Kelsey's tomb get rid of her crystallization disease. And with the dragon blood in the dragon blood pool, he could also try to raise Freya to the elemental realm in one fell swoop. With the foundation of bathing in dragon blood, the future Valkyrie would go further on this path, even far surpassing her achievements in the other world. After Hainf finished collecting the dragon blood moss, he left the river bank and went deep into the forest. The scene along the way confirmed Brando's guess. There were patches of magic rhododendrons growing in the forest. This was a typical magical plant. They fed on magic and tended to concentrate in areas where magic was highly active. Heinf was overjoyed. Magic rhododendrons were a relatively common material, but there were so many of them and such high quality, it was rare in the world. He subconsciously consulted Brando, but this time Brando stopped him and chose another direction. "Mr. Sophie, what is this?" Heinf was a little puzzled. But he was a noble after all. He immediately reacted and said with some surprise, "Could it be that there is a gathering point of magic in the forest?" Brando nodded. The magic in the Black Forest would not gather for no reason. It often formed the nest of a natural thing, but there would only be dark magic gathering near the nest. The environment was gloomy and terrifying. In this situation, there must be a natural thing being produced. The so-called natural things were the three major springs of the spring of song, the spring of life, and the spring of youth, the dragon blood pool, as well as the living gold and the golden sheep. But among these natural things, the dragon blood pool was undoubtedly the highest level. What could it be? Heinf asked with some excitement. No matter what kind of natural thing it was the top treasure in the world. But relatively speaking, the spring of song and the golden sheep were more common. Adventurers in the Southern Territory often encountered these two things. Among them, the spring of song could not be taken away, but it would give eternal luck to those who encountered it. And the spring water was full of silver. Just by taking away the silver, one could make a fortune. But Heinf faintly felt that they might encounter a big thing this time. "Have you heard of the dragon blood pool?" Brando asked. Heinf's face was blank. "Then, have you heard of the spring of life?" "WH. What, Mr. Sophie? You mean?" When the noble heard the words, spring of life, his eyes suddenly widened, and even his voice could not help but go out of tune. Brando nodded. Heinf's expression was strange. Sometimes he was excited, sometimes he frowned, but after a while, he fell silent. The spring of life had always been one of the most famous legends in the Southern Territory of Erewhon. Someone once said that there was a spring of life in the Southern Territory of Erewhon, to be exact, in the Tosancade Forest. Those who encountered it could rejuvenate and have a long lifespan like the elves. Chapter 1446. Countless people were fascinated by this legend, but countless adventurers lost their lives in the forest south of Chablis. Every year, there would be people claiming to have seen the Fountain of Life, but most of the time, these rumors were proven to be false. Over time, the legend of the Fountain of Life became a legend in the southern region of Erewhon. Brando knew that there was indeed a Fountain of Life in the southern region of Erewhon, but it was not in the Tosancade Forest, but in the Black Forest further south. He had been looking for the Fountain of Life, but its whereabouts were uncertain. It did not stay in one place forever, and it was hard to find it. It was normal for him to lose his composure in the face of such a legendary item. Brando was not surprised by his reaction. "Don't worry. If we're lucky enough to see the Fountain of Life, everyone will be able to benefit from it." Hearing Brando's words, Heinf finally calmed down. "Don't worry about me, Mr. Sophie. I'll be satisfied if I can see the Fountain of Life from afar." This was not an exaggeration. The Fountain of Life was not an inanimate object. If it did not like something, it would choose to avoid it. But this time, it might not be the Fountain of Life that they saw. The forest suddenly opened up in front of him, and a ruined city appeared in front of him. Or more accurately, it was the ruins of a city. Scattered stone foundations and broken wooden structures were buried between the vines and weeds, but he could still vaguely see the old crisscrossing roads, showing the scene before the passage of time. "This is the lost city," Heinf blurted out. It was said that the slaves in the mines south of the Tosancade Forest had fled here after a riot. As time passed, it gradually became a city. It was only when the Southern Legion attacked this place that the local refugees gave up on the city and fled south into the depths of the Black Forest. One of those people built the present-day Malak, and this ruined city was described as a ghost city that disappeared in the forest. For the past 1 or 2 centuries, the legends about it had been shrouded in mystery. But in fact, it had always been there, and adventurers would occasionally pass by. This city was originally called Barb, and Cohen's group had passed by this place when they were on their way to Silman. Later, he mentioned this in a letter to Tonagel, and said that this place was not as strange as it was rumored to be. Brando naturally knew this better than anyone else. He raised his hand to stop Hayne from speaking and said in a low voice, "There are people inside." Adventurers often passed by this city, and it was not strange for someone to set up camp in the ruins, but Brendel heard the sounds of fighting. There were people in the ruins, and they were people that Brando recognized. 4 wizards were alternating positions, constantly casting spells behind a broken wall. Their gray cloaks had been taken off, revealing robes covered with silver patterns and runes. They were chanting, and silver beams of light shot out from their ivory staffs, hitting the broken wall and sending dust flying. Angry roars were heard in the smoke, and from time to time, a red shield flashed, as if something was trapped and was in a desperate situation. However, all of a sudden, a huge rock flew out from the smoke and dust. A magus was caught off guard and was hit by the rock. Just as the silver radiance of magic emerged from his body, he was sent flying and crashed into the ruins behind him. The sorcerer quickly crawled out from the dust and rubble. There was a silver sphere of light around him. The power of magic had saved his life, but even so, he was no longer as graceful as before. His ivory staff had been broken into 2 pieces, and the hood on his head had been torn apart. It hung down on both sides, revealing a shiny bald head full of silver tattoos. The wizard raised his head angrily, and on his thin face was a pair of strange silver eyes. There was only the white of his eyes, and there were no pupils. Seeing this scene from afar, Roland walked out from the ruins where he was hiding, looking a little restless. The wizards had made too much noise, and the nearby area was not far from Marlow, so there were often adventurers passing by. He did not expect the lizard to be so difficult to deal with. He was considering whether he should help, but at this moment, a shadow flashed in front of him. Roland saw a person jump over the wall and land in the courtyard where he was hiding. He was shocked and instinctively drew his sword, but when he took a closer look, he realized that it was the useless brother of his classmate in Tonagel. "Hainf, it's you." "Roland?" Hainf was also puzzled. He did not expect the person here to be Roland. "Why are you here?" "That's none of your business." Roland saw another person jump over the wall and enter the courtyard. It was the adventurer he saw the other day. He could not help but despise him, thinking that Hainf, this useless fellow, really mixed up with all kinds of people. Then, 2 young ladies jumped down from the wall. Roland looked at them and coldly replied, "Hainf, this is not a place you should be. You'd better get lost. This is also not your territory." Ling also coldly replied, "What right do you have to say that?" Hainf was a little embarrassed. Roland's father's status was much higher than his own, and he was a traditional noble with a fief. Without the support of the princess, he did not dare to offend him. If it was any other time, he would have backed down by now. But for some reason, he looked at Brendel with a gaze that seemed to be at the mercy of the gods. "Because I'm Roland, the son of the Redbud Count." Roland did not care about Hainf at all. He sneered at Ling and said, "Little girl, there are no wise in this world. What a Redbud Count." So the nobles of Erewhon have learned how to bully the weak. Brando's voice calmly sounded, but there are no nobles in a land without a king. Arrogant young people are no different from anyone in this dark forest. Death will always be silent and nameless. Although Hainf looked at Brando, he did not expect the latter to say such bold words. Especially the tone of the first half of the sentence, it almost made people think that he was the king of Erewhon. However, when he thought of the scene in the inn, he felt that it was only natural for a person with such an imposing aura to say something like that. Roland was also astonished, but he quickly reacted. He felt that it was ridiculous that a mere adventurer dared to threaten him. Kill me? With just the 2 of you? Adventurer, you can try. But if you make a move against a noble, you'd better be prepared to bear the consequences." While Hainf was having a headache over the 2 sides not giving in, Brando raised his head and looked into the distance. He felt a strong wave of magic coming from that direction. A moment later, a magus in a silver robe flew over from that direction and landed beside Roland. "What's the matter?" The magus heard Roland's wild laughter and could not help but ask in an unfriendly tone. There are a few adventurers who entered by mistake. Facing this magus, Roland's arrogance was restrained. He expressionlessly turned around and said to Hainf, "Hainf, for the sake of your brother, I'll give you one last chance. Now scram. Someone you know?" "Heir. It's my classmate's brother. His father is an attendant of the royal family. He's not a small noble." Roland hesitated for a moment, but still answered truthfully. "The princess's men?" The magus frowned. "Then there's no need to go through so much trouble. Just kill them." "Sir Magus, wait." The moment the magus said kill, Hainf reacted and pulled out his sword. However, the magus remained unmoved and raised the ivory staff in his hand. At the same time, Brendel raised his hand as well. He did not seem to make any movements, but the staff flew out of the wizard's hand and landed firmly in his hand. At that moment, everyone was stunned. Except for the sisters Ling and Lien. Hainf, who was holding his sword, froze in place. At this moment, his mind was in a mess. There was only one thought, and that was that the young man he was traveling with was actually a Sir Magus. On the other hand, Roland's thoughts were even more complicated. His face contorted as he looked at this scene. He knew better than anyone else where these magi came from. Moreover, the one beside him was the leader of the four, yet he had his magic staff snatched away from him with just a raise of his hand. That was something that magi viewed as important as a spellbook, something that was even more important than their lives. This was simply a fantasy. The magus who had his staff snatched away was stunned. He looked at his empty hand in disbelief and subconsciously clenched his fist, as if this was a terrifying illusion. Only Brando was calm and composed, as if this scene was nothing to him. He looked at the exquisite ivory staff in his hand, and his face was gloomy. He raised his head and asked, "What did you say just now?" "Say it again." His question directly ignored Roland, who was at the side. It was as if he was the leader of the group, but at this moment, everyone present felt that it was only right and proper. It was as if this adventurer was born with this kind of power. After a short moment of absent-mindedness, the opposing magus finally felt this overwhelming power. He finally realized that this was not an absurd nightmare, but a reality that was happening right in front of him. Although he did not understand why he had inexplicably kicked an iron plate, the most important thing right now was to preserve his life. Chapter 1447. As a truly intelligent person, apart from those lunatics in the Black Tower, no wizard from anywhere else would be a martyr. In a situation where they knew they could not do anything, they would first choose to protect themselves. The silver-robed sorcerer quickly understood this point. He also subconsciously thought that the other party was a sorcerer of a higher level than himself. Of course, he did not believe that a warrior could take away his staff so easily. He put on a respectful expression and replied with a trembling voice. "My lord, please believe me. I have absolutely no intention to offend you. If I knew that you were so powerful, I would not have the slightest disrespect towards you." This sounded ridiculous, but it was the truth of the sorcerer world. In this world that pursued magic and power, the strong were respected, and those who had reached the top were first. If a strong sorcerer attacked a weak sorcerer, it was a matter of course, but to offend the dignity of a strong sorcerer was one of the stupidest things to do. Of course, wizards were often arrogant, especially the craftsman wizards of the Argent Society. They often agreed that they would not attack mortals. However, there were always people who did not abide by this agreement, especially when the mortals did not have eyes. Of course, this wizard would never have thought that one day, he would become one of those people who did not have eyes. However, before he could finish his words, he was interrupted by Brando. "I don't care about your nonsense." The first sentence. The first sentence? The silver-robed wizard was stunned for a moment, but then he realized something. Roant, who was standing at the side, saw this insufferably arrogant person suddenly tremble. Seeing this scene, Brando already knew what was going on. He coldly opened his mouth and said, "The ivory staff, the guardian of the secret plane of the Tower Forest. If that is the case, you have already decided to attack Erewhon." Why? If the silver-robed wizard was only afraid before, then at this moment, he was on the verge of collapse. He looked at the young man standing in front of him with an incomparable fear in his eyes and screamed, "You! Who are you?" Brando was about to calm this guy down, but at this moment, a voice suddenly came from the sky, "Darien, why did you waste so much time?" The silver-robed wizard suddenly raised his head and screamed towards the sky, "Be careful, there is a companion." Before he finished his words, a zigzag of lightning had already descended from the sky like thousands of silver snakes, opening their mouths to bite Brando. However, Brando did not even move the corner of his clothes. The bright lightning did not even touch his body. It was like an illusion, automatically disappearing without a trace. The silver-robed wizard standing in front of him was so shocked that his eyeballs almost popped out. His mouth was wide enough to stuff a goose egg. This is impossible. 3 silver-robed sorcerers appeared in the sky at the same time. One of them had a broken hood. It was the bald sorcerer from before. However, they immediately raised their staffs and subconsciously wanted to cast the next spell. Unfortunately, Brendel did not want to waste his time on them. He glanced at the direction and said, "Get the hell down here." As soon as he finished speaking, a gust of wind blew. The 3 silver-robed wizards lost their footing and fell from the sky like kites with a broken string, crashing to the ground. Brando's figure flashed, and before the silver-robed wizard leader named Darien could react, he saw his 3 companions being picked up by the other party and thrown to the ground like 3 dead pigs. Silence. For a moment, the scene was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. At this time, even Heinf could see that the young man who was traveling with him was by no means an ordinary person. The silver-robed wizards in front of him were not insignificant characters at first glance. The key was that he saw the silver-white eyes on the bald wizard's face. The silver person. This detail was like a thunderbolt that landed in the depths of his heart, making his teeth chatter uncontrollably. There was only one silver person wizard in this world, and they were the craftsman wizards of the Buga people. Then who was this young man in front of him? Could it be that he was actually a giant dragon? Rolindi's face was also pale. The Earl's son's forehead was covered with dense beads of sweat. For the first time, he understood that the young man in front of him was not boasting, but could really crush him like an ant. For a moment, he did not know whether to be glad or afraid. At least he did not further anger the other party. Although some things have deviated, the inertia of history is still the same. It seems that this world's Rossard alliance is still established. Brando played with the ivory staff in his hand, his face as cold as ice. "I don't need you to answer, and I know your identity. You are the traitors of the arcane realm's law. You secretly betrayed your leader, Master Lone, and joined Rossard's henchmen. Isn't that right, Mr. Darien?" Rolindi heard a voice louder than his own teeth chattering. He turned his head with a pale face and found that the silver-robed wizard leader's teeth were chattering as if he had seen a ghost. "Who are you?" A woman on the ground screamed. One of the 4 silver-robed wizards was actually a woman, but Brando did not have the slightest pity for her. He waved his hand, and the female wizard suddenly screamed and crashed into the wall. The broken wall that had long been loosened should not have been able to cause any damage to a silver wizard, but Brendel had suppressed all the magical defenses on the female wizard's body, allowing her to crash into the wall with her mortal body. Even though the physique of a silver citizen was far stronger than that of a human, a wizard was still a wizard species after all. With this crash, the female wizard's body was left with only a few intact bones, and her eyes rolled back. Everyone present was suddenly silent. Even the sisters Ling and Lien. It was the first time they had seen Brando show such a cold side, and they were subconsciously afraid. But Brando's heart was not the slightest bit moved. He knew what kind of scum they were. At this time, another wizard war would not be allowed. "Now it's time for me to ask and you to answer," Brando said coldly. "Are you behind the incident at White Mountain?" At this moment, he suddenly understood everything. The good things that the Saucered Alliance had done in history were still vivid in his mind. In order to fight for the war slate, the wizards came to the mortal world and divided into two camps, conquering each other. In the end, the dark-eyed Vladimir the Great betrayed the silver-robed people and threw himself into the arms of the Twilight Dragon. He secretly instigated the relationship between the elves of Saint Tassol and the undead, thus triggering the Battle of Oblique Forest. In the end, he also indirectly unlocked Ekis's seal, leading to the calamity of wolves. Although the history of this world had deviated, the inertia of the world line was still there. It seemed that after the appearance of the war slate, the Saucered Alliance was still established as in history, and the undead would not attack White Mountain at this time, so the only possibility left was the instigation of the wizards. After all, this was a precedent in the history of the Saucered Alliance. It was unknown whether it was because of Brando's thunderous methods, or because of Brando's ability to predict the future that shocked these people, but Darien did not have the intention to hide it and could only answer honestly, that was a good deed done by Lord Vladimir the Great and the wizards of Latakia. It has nothing to do with us, my respected lord. Then what are you doing here? We were ordered to stop a woman. She is Count Randner's confidant, and she has a war slate in her hands. What's the woman's name? Her name is Scarlet. Before Darien could finish his words, he was sent flying into the air. He quickly screamed, "My lord, don't kill me." Did you catch her? Brando asked as he fixed Darien in the air. No, not yet, Darien said in a panic. The mission was going smoothly, but we didn't expect a strange lizard to appear halfway. That lizard looked like a legendary planeswalker, and we fought with it. It wasn't easy to subdue it. Brando's heart skipped a beat, and he asked coldly, "Did you kill it?" No, we didn't. We suspect that it is a descendant of a planeswalker, and we plan to bring it back to Taraki. Brando turned around. Hayne had already run out when he heard the conversation. He quickly shouted from outside, "Mr. Sophie, over here." Brando glanced at Darien, who was fixed in the air, and walked out of the courtyard. He saw Hayne standing in a large pit behind a broken wall. The Fireclaw lizard man Lord Ropar was lying in the deepest part of the pit with his eyes closed. His body was covered in a layer of silver runes, which was obviously sealed by the wizards. Brando felt a little strange. He had tested the strength of the wizards, and the weakest among them was at the peak of the Law Realm. It seemed that Ropar had fought with them. When did it have the ability to do so? Yesterday evening, he had contacted all his planeswalker creatures. Metisha and Hippamra should still be in the middle of the trial, but Mephistopheles and Ropar were not within the range of contact. The only one he could contact was the Shire. He didn't know where the vampire siblings were now, but he didn't expect Ropar to be so close to him, yet he couldn't contact him. What was going on? In theory, as long as there were no planes, there should not be any connection between a planeswalker and a planeswalker creature. Mr. Sophie, this is... Hayne looked at the sturdy lizard with some doubt. No matter how knowledgeable he was, he would not recognize the natives of the fire elemental plane, the Fireclaw lizard men. But Brando just waved his hand and reached out to grab the silver runes on Ropar's body. The runes on the seal disappeared without a trace. Even though they had seen Brendel's miraculous abilities before, they were still shocked by this scene. Since when did Buga's silver wizard spells become so weak? My lord, Ropar opened his fiery red eyes, and there was a trace of surprise in his vertical pupils. Miss Scarlet has escaped. I know. Brando nodded and said gently, have a good rest. The runes have an energy absorption enchantment. After you recover, you can slowly tell me what happened. Only then did the lizard man lord slowly nod. Hayne opened his mouth and said, Mr. Sophie, you know it, and it called you my lord. So you are actually a noble? There are some things that you will understand in the end, but now is not the time, Mr. Hayne, Brando replied. But although he looked calm, he was faintly uneasy in his heart. The claws of the Saucered Alliance appeared around Erewhon. This was not a good sign. Moreover, Darien had clearly shown hostility to the princess. Was their goal only to appear on Erewhon's war slate? Also, Why would Vladimir the Great sow discord between the elves and the undead at this time? Wasn't Taraki City supposed to be in the arms of the Twilight Dragon after the Year of Sparks? One mystery after another took root in Brando's heart. Chapter 1448. The morning of White Mountain was shrouded in mist, and the air was filled with a bleak and cold aura. The mournful singing came from afar. The elves were cleaning up the corpses of their companions on the battlefield, and there were faint sobs, breaking the silence and tranquility under the morning light. A pair of wise eyes could see through the fog and see the darkness and tricks hidden behind it. It was this pair of dark eyes that silently watched the skeletons scattered around the battlefield. "Dear Your Majesty, let's go back. It's not safe here. Those crazy elves may rush up and tear us to pieces at any time." The Queen of Madara was unmoved. She bent down and grabbed a handful of dust from the ground with her snow-white hands, then opened her palms and let the gravel slide down from her slender fingers. "Did you see anything? It's indeed a trace of psychic black magic. It's a very clumsy framing. I can smell the stench of those rotten old guys from afar." Insursta replied. "But they don't think so." The queen pointed to the elves in the distance. Insursta could only shrug. "Let's go back," she said. "Are we really going back?" Insursta was stunned. He and Tarkus looked at each other and saw the doubt in each other's eyes. The queen was not a person who would listen to advice. Once she had her own opinion, then the empire would operate according to her will. "The matter is clear. What are we still doing here?" Her Majesty asked. "But how are we going to explain to those crazy tree thorns? In their eyes, the undead and us are on the same side." Insursta added, "In fact, we are on the same side. Don't talk nonsense. Follow me." "Your Majesty, did you notice something?" Tarkus asked. "The undead can't deal with White Mountain, not to mention they retreated before we could react. This kind of organizational ability doesn't seem to be at the level they should be at. I don't think they dare." As expected of the youngest member of the Lagan family. "You are at least a little smarter than this guy, Tarkus." The Queen of Madara glanced at the one-eyed vampire. "It's the Bugas. There are deeper secrets hidden under the surface of psychic magic. I really want to find out what their purpose is." At this time, she saw someone coming from the other side of the fog, then turned and disappeared into the forest. Insursta and Tarkus looked at each other. The rotten wood of the undead actually colluded with the Bugas? Insursta asked in surprise, "What are the Bugas after?" "You'll have to ask Targus that question. He scored full marks in geography and strategy," the one-eyed vampire replied with a straight face before turning around. "But I was able to push him to the ground in my tactics class. That's why he's already the commander-in-chief of an army, while you're just a column commander. Some things can't be so straightforward, Tarkus." "I can't." Silver Dragon Harbor was burning fiercely. The water reflected the flames that soared into the sky. The creatures that were suddenly hit by the disaster were crying in the fire. The entire harbor was filled with the laughter of slaughter, the screams of despair, and the cries of women. Vladimir the Great was expressionless. His calm silver irises reflected the thousands of centaurs that poured into the harbor. The wealth that the harbor had accumulated over centuries was burned in an instant. Barbarism replaced civilization and mercilessly plundered everything, whether it was wealth, women, or lives. The corpses of the beheaded men piled up into a mountain. Blood flowed like a river, staining the steps and pouring into the bay. Then, the entire harbor was blood-red. But Vladimir the Great's exquisite red silk robe was spotless, as if it was so out of place with the tragic background. A centaur with green tattoos respectfully carried a waxy yellow head to him and bowed deeply. It threw the head in front of its conqueror according to centaur tradition. It bent its knees and half-knelt forward, raised its hands above its head, and presented a blood-stained silver disc. Vladimir the Great glanced at the bloody head. The original owner of the harbor, who was rich enough to rival a country and had a powerful army, dared to refuse his request and hand over the war slate. Now, the entire harbor was buried with him. His daughter was now crying and screaming under the centaur's crotch. This was the result of angering the silver folk. Those ants who were still hesitating should take this as a warning. Although the Bugas had lost the sky, they were still the best people in the world. He slowly took the disc and said, "Your servant is not bad. I have a good use for him, but this is just the interest we paid for helping you in White Mountain. We are of equal status. You don't have to expect the silver folk to be your slaves like these ignorant creatures. They are just vassals of the demons. They are not my slaves." A voice said. A shadow walked out from behind the centaur chief. She had her hands behind her back. It was the appearance of the merchant lady, but there was a cold and disdainful smile on her face. "But at least they will let you escape the accountability of the Silver Council. It proves that your Taraki and the all-seeing eye have not interfered in the affairs of the land. The council is not that easy to deceive." Vladimir the Great shook his head. "Besides, we did something in White Mountain, not to mention what we did in Erewhon. The council will find out the truth sooner or later. But I don't plan to hide it for the rest of my life. I just hope that I have enough strength to protect myself before I break with those pedantic fellows." "You will." The dusk smiled calmly. "You should know that a world is nothing to me. I will give you a world as promised and let you be its master. No matter how long you live, immortal or not, I will take back that world after you die." Vladimir the Great played with the silver disc in his hand with his slender and pale fingers. The disc reflected his cold and harsh face, long and narrow cheeks, cold eyes, mean lips and goatee. "Then let's talk about the next problem. I sent the Grey Mages to Erewhon, but I still don't know what you want. Let Erewhon be chaotic and muddy the waters. I need you to help me catch some people. That's all." "That's all?" Vladimir the Great shook his head. "I don't believe that your followers can't do it." "No, they can't. Odin and Gretel set up a trap in Erewhon a long time ago. I suspect that they were guided by that woman and left many seals on that land. Even my subordinates don't dare to touch them. I planted a chess piece there a few years ago, but I still haven't found a chance to attack." The dusk's eyes flashed with danger and hatred. "Also, there is a troublesome person there. You must not let your guard down. Vladimir the Great will be a very difficult opponent. You're talking about that newly risen Count Trenheim, right? I didn't expect you to value a mere mortal so much. He is not immortal. Vladimir the Great, if you think that way, you will suffer a great loss." Vladimir the Great didn't care and nodded casually. "All right, since this is the content of the deal, then I'll do it this way. I'll send Wizard Rosiger to Aween personally. He's the best at bewitching people among us, and causing chaos in a small country is just a small matter to him. He won't fail. If one of the 12 leaders of the Magi failed in Amir Aween, then the Buga people wouldn't be where they are today. I hope so." The dusk took a deep look at him, and then her figure gradually disappeared into the air. Moments after she left, the centaur in front of Vladimir the Great disintegrated. Its eyeballs, hair, skin, muscles, and organs rolled down like melted wax, revealing the pale skeleton below. In the end, even the skeleton collapsed and turned into pieces on the ground. From the beginning to the end, the great Taoist master did not blink. Dilfari carefully stroked the rough stone wall in the dark and moved forward. The servant behind her wanted to raise the torch several times, but she refused. This dark and gloomy basement hid the deepest shadow in the heart of the Count Yenbao's daughter. This was Yenbao's dark prison. She was familiar with every inch of this place. Whenever she was immersed in the darkness, she could not help but recall the days when she learned and used demonic spells. The dark magic devoured her flesh and soul, and the screams from the deepest part of hell seemed to still linger in her ears. Several times, she almost became a sacrifice to the demons, and her best childhood playmate also died in a magic experiment. She still did not dare to recall the bloody scene, the snow-white body parts scattered in the dark room, the unwilling eyes, piercing her heart like the tip of a knife. But revenge burned her heart like a flame. Only in this way, only by selling her soul, could she take back her father's family business and save him. She suddenly stopped in front of a cell, and the faint sound of metal chains came from the darkness. At that moment, the moonlight just happened to pass through the iron bars of the skylight above the dark prison, and the pale light fell on Dilferi's face. After a quarter of an hour that seemed to last forever, a weak and incredulous voice came from the darkness. "Dilferi, is that you? Did they capture you too?" "It's me, father. I'm back." A white-haired old man groped and slowly moved from the other side of the prison to his daughter. Dilferi remembered the last time she saw her father. He was high-spirited and a handsome middle-aged man, but only 4 years of prison life destroyed all his energy and body. Chapter 1449. But there was still a pair of cloudy eyes, burning with the strongest desire to survive in the darkness. The old man reached out his trembling hand through the wooden fence and grabbed his daughter's hand. "Is this true?" Dilferi felt the big hand that was like dry bark rubbing her hand, and tears finally came out of her eyes. The torment she had suffered night after night seemed to be repaid at this moment. Yes, she was back. Back to Yenbao. On the land that gave birth to her. When the situation between the north and south began to ease, she begged the princess to give her an army so that she could take back everything that originally belonged to her. Although Amandina hoped that she could wait until Brando came back, how could her father wait until that moment? Fortunately, Amandina agreed to her request, and when she returned to the north, the eldest son of the king also helped her as much as he could. Whether it was all this, or the fleet behind her, Dilferi understood that it was all because of the kindness of the count. Perhaps that fated meeting in Ampere Seal was the turning point for all of this. Lady Martha had never given up on her, even if she had fallen into the arms of darkness. Opened the door of the cell. She reluctantly let go of her father's hand, and ordered with the dignity that the daughter of the Count of Yenbao should have. The attendants did as they were told, but Count Yenbao's body seemed to be too weak, or perhaps meeting his daughter again had exhausted all his mental and physical strength. At this moment, he had fallen into a deep sleep. Dilferi did not dare to disturb him. She motioned for the attendants to be gentle and carefully sent the count to his room. He really did need a good rest, at least he did not need to be frightened anymore. In her memory, her father was a determined person, someone who could shelter her from the wind and rain. Perhaps it was this perseverance that allowed him to insist on not revealing the family's secret under the torment of the situation. And in the end, this also saved his life. The countess sighed slightly. She looked at the old man who was sleeping soundly on the bed, then closed the door and turned to walk out. At the end of the corridor, on the castle's balcony, 2 young officers were talking on the balcony. When they saw her walk out, they turned and saluted. "Mr. Manrique, you are Mr. Brando's subordinate, you don't have to be so polite to me." "And you too, Mr. Breton." Dilferi knew the 2 young men in front of her. The former was one of the best captains that the Bugas had trained for Valhalla, and he was one of Amandina's most trusted aides. Amandina had allowed him to go with her to Yenbao, which showed how much respect the leader of ABs had for her. The latter was Brando's childhood companion. Although it was said that the 2 of them once had a grudge against each other, they had since buried the hatchet. Moreover, the 2 of them, one in the north and the other in the south, now had their own futures. Everything in the past had long gone with the wind. The other party was specially selected by the king's eldest son, Levin, to prove that her right to inherit Yenbao was recognized by the Cipher royal family. But in fact, this young genius of Erewhon, who already had the title of Sword of the White Lion, also led an army. Obviously, the king's eldest son also understood that the current situation in Yenbao was tantamount to a rebellion. But the expected battles along the way did not happen. The rebels in Yenbao seemed to have received news in advance. Other than encountering slight resistance when they reclaimed the family's castle, everything else was considered smooth sailing. Dilferi was originally worried that her sinister uncle would take her father away, but Count Yenbao seemed to have been forgotten in a corner of the dark prison. After they reclaimed the castle, they rescued him from the damp and dark underground. Everything went unbelievably smoothly, and even made people feel a little uneasy. Even Dilfrey herself did not understand where her uncle, her father's brother, the usurper, had gone. What about the residents of Yenbao, the army? It seemed that they had all disappeared overnight. When Breton heard Dilfrey mention that person's name, he could not help but shake his head. He could not help but feel the vicissitudes of the past rising in his heart. Who would have thought that this day would come? Captain Martin would never have dreamed that his 3 prized disciples would become the 3 superpowers of the kingdom. And the most useless of them all had the highest achievements today. Perhaps it was because of his background, or perhaps it was because of his identity as the descendant of Darius, but he had turned the tide in the Battle of Ampere Seal. No one could deny that it was a miracle. Brando, Freya, how are the 2 of you now? Thinking of that guy who had always been at odds with him, at this moment, had become a heavy memory that pressed down on his heart. Ever since the Battle of Ampere Seal, he understood that he had lost the final opportunity to fight with that despicable guy. So he withdrew from that battle and came to the north alone. Here, he had a new beginning, a new love. Now, he had his own career and a direction to fight for. And all those feelings and memories of the past had now become the most beautiful fantasies of his youth. While Breton was distracted for a moment, Manrique had already bowed to Dilfrey. You came at the right time, Miss Dilfrey. We were just discussing something related to you. Oh, what's the matter? Look over here. Manrique came to the edge of the balcony and pointed at a forest not far away. These things are a little strange. Have they always been here? No, Dilfrey shook her head. I've never seen these things before. At least, they didn't exist before I left Yenbao. It was a forest located in the north of Yenbao. In Dilfrey's memory, it was a forest that was evergreen all year round. There was also a garden in the forest that carried her childhood memories. The forest that was lush in the summer would be dyed with a layer of ink in the winter, and then it would start to snow. When the ground and forest were covered in snow, it would be the annual hunting day in Yenbao. She still remembered the hustle and bustle of the place. Regardless of whether it was adults or children, their faces would be filled with happiness during the new year, as if they were looking forward to the coming year. But now, the forest had become twisted and terrifying. Purple crystals grew in the forest, and the surface of the tree bark reflected an unnatural luster. Under the moonlight, the luster was eerie. The cold light was like the gaze of a ghost, and it made people shudder. In the depths of the forest, there stood an ancient ruin. The huge dark building weighed down on everyone's hearts, making it hard to breathe. I've seen similar things in some areas in the north of Balta, Breton suddenly said. These ruins appeared in many places overnight, but the scholars haven't figured out their origins. They only suspect that it might be related to the fall of the Black Moon not long ago. You suspect that this place appeared overnight? Manrique asked. The changes in the forest might be related to these ruins? Miss Dilfrey's answer also confirms our guess. No, I think the changes in the forest might be related to something else. What's wrong? Both of them turned to look at the Count's daughter at the same time. Long before I left Yenbao, I've heard some rumors. For example, there were monsters in the forest, and huge crystals, Dilfrey recalled. The shadow of the past seemed to have shrouded her heart again. She frowned. Since then, the people in the territory have been in a state of panic. Miss Dilfrey, do you have any misgivings? Breton said. Why don't you just say it? The Count's daughter hesitated. For a moment, she seemed to be a little weak, but soon became determined. Mr. Manrique, Mr. Breton, because this is related to a secret of my family, my father might have encountered all of this. I've always suspected this, but until today, I've decided to say it. Miss Dilfrey, if this is your family's secret, no, the 2 of you, I trust Mr. Brando. You are his subordinates and friends, I think I can entrust this to you. Entrust us? Miss Dilfrey, forgive us for not quite understanding. Please follow me. In the basement. The moment Dilfrey opened the black wooden box, she felt the 2 people behind her subconsciously hold their breaths. This is the Lionheart sword? But how is that possible, isn't it in Breton and Manrique's faces were filled with astonishment. The Count's daughter used a gentle gaze to look at the shining sword lying flat in the wooden box. Then, she reluctantly closed the box again. She turned around and looked at the two people behind her. This is not the Lionheart sword, the Lionheart sword is just a replica. What? This is related to the most important secret of the Yenbao family. You should know the origin of my family. It is the product of a compromise between the people of Cruz and the elves of Saint Tassol. Our ancestors migrated here from the Cruz Empire and established the Yenbao Count's territory. Dilfari paused for a moment before continuing. You should know that when the late King Eric brought the Lionheart sword out of the Empire, that sword is actually the product of the sacred sword Oderfeis being divided into 3 parts. This is because the Flame King Gretel left a decree to one of his most trusted knights. If one day the people of Cruz forget the glory of their ancestors, then the soul of the sacred sword of Oderfeis will leave his descendants and search for a true pure land. In the legends passed down from generation to generation in my family, this decree is true, but it is related to the agreement between the Flame King Gretel and another important person. That person could be the sage Alanta, or the Wind Empress that Gretel has always been deeply in love with, Saint Tassol. Because of this agreement, my family brought another sacred sword to this land and took root here. After hundreds of years, we call ourselves the Sword Guardians of Yenbao, and the world thinks that we are the sword throne of the Lionheart sword. Chapter 1450. In fact, what we have been guarding for generations is actually this sacred sword. Dilfari patted the wooden box gently. Its name is Mither, and it's a light sacred sword. It used to be Fanzin's treasure, but I don't know how it ended up in the hands of Gretel, the Flame King. Then, he ordered my family to bring it to this land in secret. Breton and Manrique looked as if they had heard something ridiculous, and their faces were filled with astonishment. But why would the Flame King go through so much trouble to do this? The young captain couldn't help but ask. This doesn't make sense. Dilfari shook her head. I don't understand either, but this is a legend passed down from generation to generation in my family, and the sacred sword does indeed exist here. I shouldn't know about this, but before my father was framed and imprisoned by my uncle, he secretly told me everything. I understand what he meant. He entrusted the future of Yenbao to me. So, Baron Dahl has been interrogating your father about the whereabouts of the sacred sword, and your father didn't say anything, so he wasn't killed? Dilfari nodded. But what does it mean to Erwin? What does the Lionheart sword mean to him? Manrique still found it hard to accept that the sacred sword in the hands of the Valkyrie was a fake. Other than the Lord, she was the person he admired the most. Could it be that the Lionheart sword in the hands of the Cipher royal family and the Corvado royal family has always been fake? No, the Lionheart sword is real. Although it was forged in imitation of the brilliant light, it contains the soul of Osiris. But within it is the soul of the holy sword Oderfeis, and it carries the faith of the late King Eric. The oath on the sword has always bound Awin, symbolizing the soul of this country. Then, what does this sacred sword mean? I think there is one person who may understand all of this. Dilfari thought of something and said softly, my uncle's ambition is not small. I suspect that this is a conspiracy. Perhaps it is no longer safe for the sacred sword to stay in Yenbao today, so I hope you can take it to the south, to a safer place. You mean Brando? Breton asked. The Count once resonated with the holy sword Oderfeis in Rushta. I think he must know something about the secret behind the holy sword of fire and the holy sword of light, Dilfari replied. Breton and Manrique looked at each other. And you, Miss Dilfari? Of course I'm staying here. My father hasn't recovered yet. After some time, I'll attend the peace conference in Ampere Seal. At that time, if Mr. Brando has already returned to Erewhon, I will personally tell him everything. Manrique shook his head. It's not safe here, Miss Dilfari. We didn't catch Baron Dahl. He might still be hiding in the dark. If we leave, it will be difficult to guarantee the safety of you and the Count. Maybe we can do this, Breton thought for a while and said, Yinbao's revival isn't something that can be done in a day. Maybe we can split into 2 groups. I'll escort Miss Dilfery to Balta, where the royal family's territory is. You can go there as guests. As for the Holy Sword, Mr. Manrique will escort it to the south. Compared to our respective positions, he's more suitable for this task. That's not a bad idea, Manrique agreed with this suggestion. Dilfery was slightly hesitant. She had finally returned to her homeland and reclaimed it. She didn't want to leave it so easily. But she also understood that Manrique and Breton had a point. She didn't have any soldiers at hand, and the old and weak servants in the castle were not enough to protect her and her father. She was about to nod, but at this moment, there was a knock on the door. Her knight Captain Ronan's voice came from outside. We might not be able to go anywhere, Mississippi, what happened? Breton frowned. Just now, when Nia was patrolling outside, she was attacked. An army suddenly surrounded Yenbao. That's impossible, Breton said angrily. Where are my subordinates? Aren't they stationed outside the city? The camp outside the city was attacked, my lord, Ronan replied calmly. I've already ordered my men to open the gate and let your men in. There are many enemies outside, some very strange enemies. Strange? How is Nia? Dilfery asked nervously. Is anyone hurt? There are many injured people, but Nia is fine, Ronan's voice paused. Mr. Breton, do you want to go up the wall and take a look? The 3 people in the secret room looked at each other. Of course. Breton pulled out his sword and replied in a deep voice. Capello town had always been the only way to count Yenbao's territory from Corvado. During peacetime, Yenbao was one of the 2 important entrances to the empire. Thus, as a thoroughfare connecting the empire's central and border areas, Capello town was once a flourishing and densely populated town. However, since the Frost Rebellion, the empire's ruling center had gradually shifted to Cipher and Ampere Seal. Capello town's position was gradually replaced by Count Yenbao's territory in the south. It began to decline from prosperity. Since the beginning of the Yenbao rebellion 4 years ago, the new ruler of Yenbao had doubled the exploitation of the passing merchants, and the commercial activities on this road had become more and more desolate. Until today, this place had become a trade center in the past, and had become a deserted and withered town. However, the town's original size still remained. The stronghold that was built to protect the merchants was still standing at the northern pass of Grey Mountain. This was the territory of the Corvado royal family, so there were night patrols here. However, there was something special today. The knight, who should have returned by now, was nowhere to be seen. Warhorses that had lost their masters wandered around the mountain pass. Battle robes with the emblem of the royal family of Stars, Moon, and Silver Lily were scattered among the rocks. Broken armors, broken swords, cold corpses, and flowing blood in the valley seemed to be telling the story of a tragic battle. A silent army was marching forward along the valley. The dense crowd of people seemed to occupy the entire field of vision. Occasionally, a few gray wolves of Corvado would pass through the rocks in the valley, watching the endless march with cold eyes. On Capello's watchtower, the sentinel Willian was finally awakened by his companion. The cold morning air made him shrink his neck involuntarily. Is it time to change shifts? He mumbled. But before he could finish his words, his companion covered his mouth. Ugh! Willian smelled a nauseating stench that almost made him roll his eyes. Damn it! What are you doing? Did you just poop? Shut up, Willian. Do you want to die? His companion's frightened gaze finally calmed him down. The man pointed outside and said, "Look outside." Outside? Inside the valley. Damn it! What is that? Willian pushed his companion away and climbed to the top of the battlements. He gasped. Where did that army come from? Is it the army from before? Did they come back from Yenbao? That's the White Lion Legion. But these are different. Look at their flags. Their flags are different. Willian squinted his eyes and tried to identify the black flags. He tried to compare the flags with the ones he could remember, but he couldn't find any that matched them. There was an explosion in his mind, and a thought that almost made him tremble suddenly flashed through his mind. Quick! Quick! He trembled and said to his companion, "It's not our people. It's Yenbao. Yenbao must have rebelled. What do we do?" "Go and sound the alarm, you damn idiot." When the sound of the alarm reverberated over the whole of Capello, the shrill sound of the bell echoed in Erewhon's late winter. It finally spread throughout the mountains from Balta to Cipher. 11. Ornazin sat in the carriage, looking gently at a lighthouse in the distance. The blue sea of the glittering sea sparkled under the sun. That was the last lighthouse on the Cape of Ampere Seal. It marked the end of Erewhon's southern border. Further north, past Pelican Fort, was the land of Cipher. The prince's light blue eyes did not blink. It was as if he could really see all this, but the emptiness in his blue-gray pupils blocked all the beautiful scenery between heaven and earth. He was not calm. This trip to the south, he had sent away his most beloved sister, but he had achieved the results he wanted most. Erewhon's future, for the first time, seemed so real and within reach. It was right in front of him, as if everything was developing for the best. Since the Frost Rebellion, the kingdom had been in constant turmoil. It seemed that at the end of this year, it would really come to an end. Although the nobles whose interests were hurt would more or less retaliate, most people had already stood on the side of the royal family. Everyone seemed to have had enough of the long-term division and war. People began to feel tired. They finally put down the burden of the past and began to move forward again. Since the defeat of Duke Erech in the Battle of Ampere Seal, Erewhon had shown such signs, and he had only made it come earlier. "Edessa," Levin suddenly said softly, "if my dream is realized, what about yours?" "My dream is to be with your highness forever and be your highness's eyes. You always say what I like, but I want to hear what's in your heart." "This is all true, your highness," the maid replied softly, "because only I understand the dream in your highness' heart. It is so tall and so glorious. I am willing to remember every detail of it in my heart and tell it to the people who come after me. But if there is a dream," her voice became expectant, "I do have such an ideal, your highness. Oh. I hope that one day, your highness can regain the light and see with your own eyes what you have achieved, the smiles of people, and the future of this kingdom." Levin. Ornazin suddenly fell silent. Chapter 1451. Levin. Ornazin suddenly fell silent. He felt a trickle of warmth flowing in his heart. He suddenly took his little maid's hand and held it tightly. "I will see the long darkness, Edessa. In this way, you can always be by my side and be my eyes." "Your highness," at this moment, the carriage was filled with silent warmth, as well as plans and hopes for the future. But good times were always so short. Suddenly, the carriage stopped. "Your highness, there's a small accident ahead." The voice of the captain of the night came from outside the carriage. "What's wrong?" "It seems that a noble gentleman's carriage has broken down." "Shall we stop and wait for them to deal with it first?" Levin. A trace of uneasiness suddenly flashed in Ornazin's heart. "No, don't stop, captain of the night, let the convoy move on. Yes, your highness." In the darkness, the knight's voice suddenly turned into a sharp howl. Then, the king's eldest son felt the entire carriage shake violently, as if the world had turned upside down. In the chaos, he heard the screams of the people, the panicked shouts of Edessa, the angry roars of the soldiers, and the clashing of weapons. But these sounds seemed to be gradually fading away. Levin. Ornazin felt a stabbing pain in his chest, and a burning sensation spread in an instant. In the end, only Edessa's panicked and low cries were left in his ears. In the darkness, he groped weakly in that direction and reached out to hold his maid's hand. "Hold my hand, Edessa, I'm so uncomfortable that I can't breathe." "Your highness, I'm here, Edessa is here." Edessa cried out in panic. Levin suddenly smiled. He actually felt a ray of light in the darkness. In the flickering shadows, he saw Edessa's face full of blood. His mother did not lie to him, Edessa was beautiful. He opened his palm and stuffed a cold thing into the maid's palm. Be my eyes, Edessa, take a good look at the world for me, and Erewhon's future, your highness. Edessa's screams gradually faded away from him. The whole world seemed to be leaving him. In the darkness, he seemed to see many things. His father, Erewhon, the cowardly king, and his mother, the woman who played tricks behind his back. Then everything in the past, but they all gradually disappeared. He seemed to have seen an Erewhon that he had never seen before. That kingdom was sinking in darkness and burning in flames. Living beings were crying and struggling in pain. Everything was destroyed, whether it was hope or the road ahead. The last prince of House Cypher felt a faint sense of loss. He felt as if he had missed a line of fate that didn't exist. Several hundred meters in the air, two pairs of silver eyes were coldly watching this scene. I've heard that this prince has a good reputation, but it's a pity that fate makes fools of people. The beginning of a tragedy always ends in a tragedy. He was never going to be able to obtain the coveted throne, a voice said. The tragedy of mortals, another voice replied, those ephemeral things are things that can only be looked at but not reached. This is the greatest tragedy of those who cannot control their own fate, and that is why he died, on the road from Ampere Seal to Pelican Fort. The night was in a mess, tangling with the pagans who had suddenly appeared. The inconspicuous carriage in the middle of the convoy was overturned on the ground, burning fiercely. This scene was like a farce. From the beginning to the end, it was filled with a dark sense of humor, but to different people, it had different meanings. But no matter what, from this day onwards, Erewhon's history was forever changed. Duke Vero sat down in his chair, a little tired. Not long ago he had seen off the last group of guests, and these days he had to deal with all kinds of people, some of whom he knew, some of whom he did not, some of whom he did not know, some of whom he was harmless, and some of whom he shuddered at the mere sight of them. Fortunately, it was all over. He felt a deep sense of powerlessness surging from the depths of his heart. It was a state of entanglement of exhaustion, uneasiness, and nervousness, as if it was a viscous liquid that wrapped around him, making it difficult for him to breathe. He regretted the moment he made the decision, but a deep sense of fear made him unable to stop. He could only complete the deal that made him feel uneasy mechanically. He confirmed it again and again, and the voice in the crystal ball reassured him again and again. Finally, on this day, everything was ready, but he felt a sense of emptiness. Have I really gone against them? Will everything really go according to plan? Will those people really abide by the agreement? The Duke closed his eyes in pain, rubbing each of his fingers into his silver hair. At the border of Valendon, the soldiers guarding the area were vigilantly watching the grey-robed men of unknown origins board the carriage, holding the invitation letter from the Gorse Castle. They passed through the border between Vero and the deadly tundra and entered Lantan Island's territory. One of the grey-robed mages turned around before boarding the carriage, lifting his hood with his hand. His silver eyes stared in Bernicel's direction and smiled coldly. There was a grand banquet going on there. Eek stood beside his wife, watching her gently holding his daughter, the baby girl, the future of the Ophelia family. The first cry of this new life seemed to announce the end of the past and the hope of the future. The two snuggled up to each other, feeling each other's warmth. They stood on the balcony of the Count's mansion, watching the people coming and going at the grand banquet below. It was a grand banquet rarely seen in Lantan Island. People had started preparing for it a month ago. Wine and food were brought in from Bernicel's manor outside. The streets were covered with curtains and ribbons with the Ophelia coat of arms, and the flagstones were sprinkled with flower petals. From Grenoires, Vero, Karsuk, and even Erech to Ampere Seal in the north. Even the Holy Cathedral of Fire and Her Royal Highness sent envoys to congratulate the princess. The locals also gathered to celebrate their little princess. When night fell, the festive atmosphere did not dissipate. The lights were lit up, embellishing the city and the forest even brighter and more resplendent. A rare night market appeared on the streets, something that had almost never happened since the year of frost. Entertainers performed under the light of the bonfires, and the crowd cheered. Every hotel was brightly lit, and the lights were like a river, converging towards the Count's mansion in the middle of the town. Everyone who came to participate in the banquet had a warm smile on their faces. Even the fatigue and scars of the past were ironed out by the arrival of a new life. The people seemed to be looking forward to Aween's beautiful future. Uncle Makarov said he'll be here soon. He'll give our daughter his blessings. Eek lowered his head and whispered into his wife's ear with tenderness. Yura smiled gently. You're troubling him again, Eek. If I didn't call him here, this sly fox of the kingdom would have fought us. He said he'd educate our daughter himself, so she won't be as weak as me in the future. You're not weak at all, Yura looked up and replied. Even though she could not see, she could still see her husband's face. You're a real man, Eek. Eek smiled silently. In the crowd below, Haruz looked at the little girl in front of him who was about the same age as him with some surprise. She was a beautiful, porcelain doll-like, somewhat arrogant little girl. She had a pair of bright eyes, light purple hair, and wore a doll-like dress. She tilted her head and looked at the future king of Erewhon. Do you eat such a sumptuous meal every time? You're so rich. It's you. Haruz almost shouted. My name is Micaiah. Last time in Shallow Water Town, thank you for your hospitality, but I really don't have much money. You won't ask me to treat you back, will you? As the little girl spoke, she took out her empty little pocket, as if to prove her words. Why are you here? Because I'm a local. Isn't that obvious? Haruz looked back for the others, but Miss Lismika was nowhere to be seen. She probably went shopping with her dark elf companions, and Sheeta probably went somewhere to steal food. Only then did he turn back. So, have you found your family? The little girl wrinkled her nose cutely. Probably. Probably. It means something like that. She was suddenly a little impatient, and her tone was not at all as cute as it was the last time they met. Do you always have so many questions? You're condescending, and it feels like you're ordering me around. Do I? Haruz asked a little guiltily. The girl nodded, and she suddenly grabbed the little prince's hand. Come with me. Wait. Haruz felt as if he had been hit by something all of a sudden, and he was so nervous that his heart felt like it was going to jump out of his chest. He subconsciously felt that he should stay at the banquet and wait for the others to come back and join him, but involuntarily, his steps were light as a feather as he followed the little girl out. Where are we going? He asked uneasily when he saw the little girl pulling him further and further away. To save your life, of course. What? Before he finished speaking, a loud noise suddenly came from the Count's mansion behind him, and the vibration sent both of them flying, rolling a few times before they fell to the ground. When Haruz looked up in a daze, he only saw flames soaring into the sky in that direction. Amid the smoke, screams of the guests could be heard. Something happened. Haruz's heart quivered, and he immediately realized what had happened. Chapter 1452. Oh no, Sheeta and Mr. Kargleis are still inside. Thinking of this, Haruz ignored the abrasions on his face and arms, got up and rushed to the Count's mansion, but Micaiah stretched out her foot and tripped him, and he fell face first. What are you doing? Haruz looked at Micaiah's prank angrily. Their target is you, do you really want to go back? Them? Yes. Micaiah raised her chin in the direction of the Count's mansion, which was ablaze. Haruz looked back and saw several nobles dressed as guests rushing out of the smoke, but there was no panic on their faces. Instead, they were calm and almost indifferent. More importantly, they had a mysterious tattoo on their cheeks, and their eyes were a strange silver in the dark environment. Haruz almost screamed when he saw those inhuman eyes. He subconsciously reached for his sword, but he touched nothing. Only then did he remember that he had left his weapon in the room. Haruz groaned inwardly, but when he saw those people rushing towards him, he quickly turned his head and desperately winked at Micaiah, motioning her to go first. But Micaiah was unmoved. She watched as those people came closer, but they stopped and swept their eyes over Haruz. Strange, where is he? Did I see him coming this way? Another person was silent. He raised his hand and a silver ripple swept in this direction. He frowned. The breath of dark magic is so strong. Was he rescued by the witches? Can you track them in the direction of the magic flow? Do you want to go to Bunasan and fight the witches? Come on, let's go back. The little prince can't go far. Let's go intercept the baby girl first. Those people stood right in front of his nose and spoke. Haruz felt his heart almost stop, but he didn't even dare to breathe. After waiting for them to turn and leave, he was sweating profusely as if he had been fished out of the water. He gasped and said, "They are Byuga. Why are they here?" "To catch you, of course, the future king of Erewhon." Haruz looked at the girl in surprise. "Who are you?" "Obviously, a witch. Didn't you hear it just now?" "But how old are you?" "Some people were already kings when they were my age." "I'm not the king yet." Micaiah only wrinkled his nose. Haruz stood up, patted the dust off his clothes, and said, "Thank you for saving me, Micaiah, but I still have to go back." "You'll only be courting death if you go back." "Even if that's the case, I still have to go back. Besides, if their target is me, it's not necessarily safe outside. I have to warn Mr. Eek. I really have to hand it to you." "Okay, I'll go with you." Micaiah also patted the dust off her skirt with her small hand, stood up and replied. "Miss Micaiah." Haruz was stunned. "You don't have to take the risk with me, don't try to show off." "Erewhon, the future king, are you going to refuse my help?" The little girl rolled her eyes at him. Haruz was speechless. The little girl waved her hand at him. "Come, this way." Her figure disappeared into the side alley like a kitten. Haruz hesitated for a moment before following. The banquet hall was a mess. A moment ago, the scene of bright lights and laughter had been replaced by a scene of panic. Thick smoke billowed in the courtyard, and flames soared everywhere. The long table was overturned by the panicked crowd. The snow-white tablecloth was trampled on by countless footprints. Broken cups and plates were scattered on the ground, and fruits were rolling everywhere. Bright red wine overflowed on the stone floor and flowed across the ground, mixing with the scarlet blood. There were wounded everywhere. Screams and painful groans rose and fell one after another. The panicked crowd was scrambling to rush out of the courtyard. From time to time, delicate ladies were knocked to the ground, but no one cared. Some people were scalded by the smoke, covering their eyes and rolling around on the ground. Some people were calling for their families and loved ones. Cries and shouts could be heard everywhere. The violent explosion caused a corner of the Count's mansion to completely collapse. Eek pushed with his hand, and the rubble that fell on him slid away. His face looked full of blood, but in fact, it was only a superficial wound in the explosion. He glanced at his wife. Yura was hugging their daughter. Her face was pale as she leaned against him tightly. Thankfully, she was safe. The young duke breathed a sigh of relief. He raised his head and looked at the miserable scene in the courtyard with a gloomy face. The late court Archmage Fleetwood was his teacher. Although he was only a knight, he had a deep understanding of magic. He could tell that it was not an explosion at all, but a premeditated magic attack. Eek saw his captain of the guards running over from afar with a team of Lantern Island Knight. Seeing that his master was safe, he could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. He said anxiously, "Sir, it's not safe here. Please move to a safer place with Madam and Miss immediately." "Where are our soldiers?" Eek asked angrily. "How could so many people with bad intentions sneak into Burnasol and even enter my daughter's banquet?" "Sir, now is not the time to talk about this." The guard captain replied, "The patrolling cavalrymen have not responded yet. Sir Chanos might have been killed. Those people were disguised as guests at the banquet. Every one of them had proof of identity. This must be a despicable scheme." Eek replied with gritted teeth. He patted his captain's shoulder and said, "Hold on here for a while, my captain." As the lord of this place, I must stay. But before that, I must protect my wife and child. As you wish, my lord. The captain of the guards bowed to him. Yura, this way. Eek turned back to look at the burning courtyard one last time before leaving with his beloved wife. The captain watched the duke's figure disappear completely before he turned back and ordered the knight, guard this passage. Before the duke returns, no one is allowed to leave without permission. Understood. Sheeta was hiding behind a low fence at the moment. He saw the knight spread out and set up a defense with his own eyes. The moment the explosion happened, he reacted and dived into the bushes. He was extremely timid, and now he was scared out of his wits. He trembled and did not dare to show his head at all. Although he knew that his most important duty now was to protect the safety of the little prince, he was in a dilemma, hesitating whether to take the risk. He felt that the knight in front of him might be able to help him, but who knew what they would think? They might even kill him. Sheeta felt that he could not even protect himself. His teeth chattered as if he had completely lost the ability to keep calm. Just as he was hesitating, a few noble guests suddenly rushed out of the thick smoke and headed straight for the earl's mansion. The knight saw this and immediately shouted at these people to stop immediately. However, not only did the intruders ignore him, they even sped up. The captain of Duke Anthony's guards was the first to feel that something was wrong and instinctively pulled out his longsword. One of the noble guests suddenly stopped and tore off his coat. He raised his hand and pointed at the captain of the guards. The captain of the guards immediately screamed and flew into the air, falling into the sea of fire behind him. The knight seemed to have woken up from a dream and pounced on the intruders. However, the intruders each took out a cane from under their coat and tapped it with their hands. Silver beams of light suddenly flashed in the courtyard. The thick armor of the Anthony knight seemed to be as thin as paper under these silver beams of light and was easily penetrated. Amidst the continuous screams, the battle was declared over in an instant. From the death of the captain of the guards to the last knight falling on the path of the charge, only a few minutes had passed. The few noble guests who killed the guards took off their coats, revealing the silver tattoos on the back of their hands and necks. When Sheeta saw the cold silver eyes on these people's faces, he was so frightened that he almost couldn't maintain the magical transformation that the mages had cast in advance and turned back into his dragon form. At this moment, he naturally understood that this was a premeditated attack, and the attacker was an old acquaintance of the dragons, the Buga Grey Mage. Oh my god, the Buga people must be crazy. Yes, they are crazy to begin with. I have to think of something, Sheeta, you have to think of something. Something has happened to the little prince, you have to save him, Sheeta, don't be afraid, you have to think of that terrible woman, she'll go crazy, no, but it's still too dangerous outside, I'll die. He was muttering nervously. Finally, when a grey mage turned his head, he found this guy hiding in the bushes with his butt sticking out. He turned and walked over in this direction. At that moment, Sheeta only felt that the sky was falling down. He felt that he was definitely going to die and that death had come to him. The boundless fear finally made him let out a shrill scream and turned his head to hit a nearby outer wall, directly smashing a hole in the outer wall. Then, he fainted. The grey mage stopped and looked at all of this with his mouth agape. What's wrong? His companion asked. Nothing, a little fatty. The grey mage shook his head in disbelief. Is he still alive? Let's end him. No, I think he's already dead, said the grey mage, glancing at the gap in the wall with lingering fear. Oh my god, this guy is really strong. Chapter 1453. When Carglass woke up from the violent concussion, he subconsciously touched his forehead. It was covered in blood, but after a careful examination of his body, he found that there were no external injuries. He groaned and pushed away the rubble on his body. Only then did he realize that the blood on his body came from the outside. A completely stiff corpse was lying face down on the rubble. It was an armored knight with the emblem of the Ophelia family on his grey armor. Carglass's mind was in a mess, but he still checked to see if the knight was still alive. There was no doubt that the knight had been dead for a long time. The fatal wound was a penetrating wound on his back that tore through his heart and lungs. He touched the curled armor with his hand, deep in thought. It was impossible for this wound to be caused by an explosion. This meant that someone had artificially created the explosion and attacked the guards of the Count's mansion. Carglyle's heart skipped a beat. The first thing he thought of was who these people were targeting. Was it Duke Anthony or the young prince? Shit. He was the accompanying military officer of this diplomatic group, and as the captain of the White Lion Guards who arrived in Lantern Island with the diplomatic group, it was his natural duty to protect His Highness Heruz. If anything happened to the young prince, not only would he be too ashamed to face his lord, but he would also be a sinner of Erewhon. Carglyle broke out in a cold sweat. The pain in his body seemed to have disappeared in an instant. He got up from the ground, picked up the knight's sword, and walked out of the courtyard. There was no one in the courtyard. The half-collapsed Count's mansion was still burning, and the sound of something breaking could be heard from time to time. Dozens of the knight's corpses were scattered all over the place. Carglyle couldn't help but take a deep breath. He had a new estimation of the scale of this attack. He suddenly thought of something and put his hand into his pocket. There was a ruby pin in it. The ruby was actually a communication crystal that could be used to communicate with each other within a certain distance. Carglyle took out the pin and placed his hand on the ruby and the metal base of the pin. However, his mind was in a mess. He tried a few times but failed to activate the ruby's function. Just as he was getting anxious, a cry of surprise came from not far away. Mr. Carglyle. Carglyle immediately looked up. He saw Heruz running towards him with Micaiah. Mr. Carglyle, it's great that you're all right. I should be the one saying that. Carglyle felt as if he had been reborn. He looked at the future king of Erewhon from head to toe. After confirming that he was indeed unharmed, he let out a long sigh of relief. Where have you been, Prince Heruz? Micaiah saved me, Heruz replied and introduced. She is Micaiah. Teacher knows her too. In fact, they had only met Micaiah once in Shallow Water Town. However, Heruz knew that his elder sister did not like him hanging out with people of unknown origins. He felt a little guilty when he introduced Micaiah. However, Carglyle did not mind at all. He was just a little surprised that his lord knew this little girl. He took a closer look at the little girl and thought that she was indeed a beauty. Thank you very much, Miss Micaiah, said Carglyle to Carglyle. In front of a stranger, Micaiah was very well behaved. She lifted her skirt and bowed to Carglyle. Mr. Carglyle, I'm afraid this was a premeditated attack. Heruz then told him what he saw. Carglyle frowned. He had already expected this, but when he heard that the attackers were Bugas, he couldn't help but feel troubled. In the eyes of the average person, the Bugas were the descendants of the Silver family. Needless to say, as sorcerers, they were naturally strong. Their empire in the sky was unreachable to mortals. Of course, at this time of the year, not many people in Erewhon, including Carglyle, knew that the Bugas sky empire had been destroyed. However, no matter what, it was a suffocating matter to be an opponent of such a colossus. However, he was full of doubts. Tonajal and the Bugas had always been on good terms. The Bugas had even helped his lord build a fleet. Not to mention the relationship between Tumen and Erewhon. Could it be that Duke Anthony had offended the Bugas and caused them to seek revenge? However, this did not seem to explain why they were looking for the little prince. What do we do next, Mr. Carglyle? Heruz asked. Carglyle turned around and looked in the direction of the Earl's mansion. The main door of the mansion was wide open, and he could vaguely see the corpses of a few knights in the hall. It seemed that Duke Anthony had left first, and the attackers had gone in that direction. However, he was curious as to why the attackers were interested in Alara, the newborn baby girl. If all of this is true, he replied, then Bernisel may not be safe. It won't be easy for us to escape from here. Your Highness Heruz, you have a good idea. If we can contact Mr. Eek and the others, it is indeed a feasible way. Even though this place was attacked, the Lantonians still have troops in Bernisel. He paused and couldn't help but complain, "It's a pity that we don't know where they went. We also don't know where Miss Lismika and her friends went. Of course, there's also that bastard Sheeta." "Mr. Carglass, Micaiah might have a way," Haruz suddenly said. Carglass looked at the little girl. The little girl nodded and replied in a childish voice, "My lord, we can leave Bernisel through the sewers. I know a way that leads to the Doe Lake in the Enrich forest." Sewers? Carglass suddenly remembered that Enrich used to be a military stronghold on the way to Vero. There were complete sewers and defensive facilities here, but that was at least a century ago. He couldn't help but be surprised. "How do you know?" Micaiah lowered her head and whispered, "That's my home." "My God," Carglass couldn't help but sigh, "Poor child, why didn't the Lord take you away? You're better off in Tonagel than here." "It's not Mr. Brando's fault," Micaiah replied, "I didn't want to. My parents are here, and I don't want to leave them." Carglass shook his head, but Haruz looked at Micaiah suspiciously. He had a feeling that the latter was not telling the truth. At the very least, when did she see Master again? In any case, Carglass agreed to the proposal. They didn't know how many attackers there were in Bernisel, and the situation in the town wasn't clear. The best choice was to leave this dangerous place for the time being, especially with Haruz's status. However, Haruz was still worried about Sheeta, but Carglass didn't care. That guy disappeared early in the morning. God knows where he went. But, no buts, Your Highness Haruz. Sheeta is still a dragon. A cowardly dragon won't be a problem. Carglass' tone was full of sarcasm when he mentioned the word cowardly. Miss Lismika and the others weren't at the banquet, so they shouldn't be affected. We should move to a safe place as soon as possible and contact them, so they won't be in danger because of us. Haruz nodded and agreed to the proposal. The Violet Earl's mansion was originally a converted barracks in Fort Bernisel. Although it had been demolished and rebuilt several times after the Year of Iron Feather, the interior structure still retained much of its original design. Other than for defensive purposes, it was also used as a temporary shelter. Today, it was apparent that this function had come in handy. Although half of the mansion had collapsed on the surface, the interior of the Count's mansion was still astonishingly large. The corridors and winding corridors twisted and turned, and if one didn't have someone familiar to lead the way, it would be easy to get lost. But for its original owner, this obstacle naturally didn't exist. Soon, Eek led his wife and daughter to a path that led to the basement of the mansion. The corridor was very dark, and the doors of many rooms were wide open. The maids and attendants had all escaped when the chaos began, but Eek didn't know how many of them could have escaped safely, nor did he know how many intruders there were in Bernisel town. The patrolling cavalry and town guards hadn't moved yet, and this made his heart sink. It was supposed to be a peaceful night outside the Earl's mansion, but this night wasn't peaceful. Flashes of light exploded in the night sky from time to time, and cries of murder and despair could be heard from afar. This uneasy and oppressive night was especially heavy. He led his wife Yura through the long corridor, accompanied by only 2 attendants. Fortunately, there was still a wet nurse in the mansion who hadn't escaped in time. She was now holding their daughter Ilera. Strangely enough, the baby girl was sleeping soundly in such an atmosphere, as if she wasn't affected by the surrounding environment at all. When Eek looked back from time to time and saw his daughter's quiet little face, his heart calmed down a lot. He held his wife's hand tightly, feeling the warmth from Yura's hand. Yura didn't say a word, but all her feelings were already expressed in silence. Chapter 1454. Yura, Eek suddenly said, "Take our daughter and leave first. I have to stay. I'm the master of this place, and I have to be responsible for the guests. If I leave, Bernisel will be in chaos. The prince is still here, and he's here because the princess trusts us. I have to ensure their safety." Yura nodded silently. "Be careful." "I understand," Eek smiled gently, "even if it's for our daughter, I won't risk my life so easily. If things go south, I'll catch up with you." Yura finally relaxed. Her expression was calm as usual, but she gripped her husband's pale hand tightly. It showed her true feelings. They soon arrived at the bottom of the mansion. In a secret room, a middle-aged knight was already waiting for them. He obviously entered through the secret passage that connected the mansion to the outside. When Eek saw the man, he was pleasantly surprised. "Mr. Corsica, is Uncle Makarov here?" "Mr. Eek, you're finally here. The attack outside was out of our expectations. Mr. Makarov wanted to come himself, but we stopped him. He's now in the direction of the city hall. He asked me to bring you some words, but it's not the time for that. We've already guarded the entrance of the secret passage. Mister, please move to a safer place first before we talk." The middle-aged knight replied with a straight face. Eek held his wife's hand. After a moment of silence, he let go and took his daughter from the wet nurse. He solemnly handed the most precious treasure in the world to Yura. "Go, Yura. It'll be fine." "Yes. Mr. Eek, you?" "I'll stay, Mr. Corsica. Prince Haruz is still outside. Whether the knight has the situation under control or not, I have to go and take a look." The middle-aged knight looked at him with a complicated expression. "All right, I'll go with you, Mr. Eek." He turned around and said to the knight beside him, "Escort the lady and the young lady out of here. Protect them well." "Understood, sir." The two knight nodded immediately. With that, the knight opened the secret tunnel. Yura carried Ella in first, followed by the wet nurse and the two servants. Finally, they followed in and closed the door from the inside. "Thank you, Mr. Corsica," Eek said with a sense of loss after seeing his wife disappear behind the secret door. "You're welcome, Master Eek. Let's go. I'll send you off." The middle-aged knight replied calmly. Eek was slightly stunned. Just as he was about to turn around, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his back. The young Duke of Anthony widened his eyes in shock as he stared in disbelief at the bloody blade protruding from his chest. In an instant, he felt all the strength in his body leave him. He opened his mouth with difficulty and immediately spat out a mouthful of blood mixed with pieces of his internal organs. "Why, Mr. Makarov asked me to pass a message to you, Master Eek. He said that he regrets teaching you so much about the spirit of a knight. Your righteousness and kindness made him happy, but Erewhon is not someone who can be saved by innocence and righteousness." The middle-aged knight replied calmly. Erewhon is not the only Erewhon of the Corvado royal family. Master Eek, do you want to see the Ophelia family reduced to ashes in your hands? So I'm sorry. Sometimes, only blood can redeem everything, Uncle Makarov. Grandmaster Fleetwood. Eek's eyes were filled with tears. He opened his mouth wide and tried to breathe as if he was trying to grab onto something. He slowly reached out his hand and seemed to see the face of his wife and daughter in the endless darkness. Yura, the candle was extinguished. It became silent in the darkness. The middle-aged knight sighed and gently pulled out the dagger from the young man's cold corpse. Then, he held him with both hands and carefully laid him flat on the ground. He drew a symbol of the golden flame on his chest and forehead with his hand and chanted something in a low voice. Finally, he took off his coat and covered the body of the young duke who would sleep forever. Erewhon's future, he said softly, perhaps he will walk a different path. There is only right, and there is no justice. In the darkness, the secret door was opened once more. He stepped in and took one last look at the room before closing the secret door. Everything in the basement returned to eternal silence at this moment. Behind the secret door, the middle-aged knight walked silently in a long corridor. He took off his bloody gloves and threw them away. Soon, a light appeared in front of him. His knight subordinates were waiting for him there. However, the knight was obviously a little flustered, and his face was even a little pale. When he saw this, his expression changed slightly, and he subconsciously looked around. There were 4 corpses lying on the ground. 2 of the attendants had their throats slit, and the wet nurse was stabbed in the back and fell in a pool of blood. However, the last corpse was not the Duchess, but one of his subordinates. What happened? The middle-aged knight was furious. Where is Miss Yura? I don't know, the knight replied nervously. The Duchess suddenly started sobbing when we were halfway there. We were afraid that something might happen, so we had to act first. But he didn't expect that after killing those servants, Rowan would suddenly let out a blood-curdling scream. By the time I lit the torch, he had already become like this. Trash. The middle-aged knight flipped over the corpse of his subordinate and found a sharp dagger stuck in his waist. That dagger had actually pierced through the thick chain armor and killed him in one blow. It was a clean kill. He took a deep breath and stood up. What are you waiting for, you idiot? Hurry up and inform the Magi. Yes, sir. I'll go now. The knight was relieved and ran out of the room. Dirty water flowed in the dark. The underground drainage system of Bernissel had been in disrepair for half a century. Rubbish and debris had piled up into mountains. Water seeped out from the top of the sewer and dripped onto the damp ground, emitting a nauseating stench. Carglass held a glowing moonstone in his hand and scanned the dark tunnel with its cold light. From time to time, he saw a large group of rats running through the tunnel. It was a chilling sight. He furrowed his brows. This sewer was built about 100 or 200 years ago. Ever since Viro was annexed to Aween, this place had been forgotten along with the abandonment of the fortress. The sewer system that had lost its repair was collapsing everywhere, and it was full of danger. There were also unknown monsters hiding in the dark. The purple liquid on his sword was actually the blood of a ghoul. That thing was too dangerous. If there were a few more of them, he might not be able to handle it. Of course, he was fine by himself. The problem was that he had to take care of his 2 children. I should have let Prince Haruz pick up a sword too. I shouldn't have blindly shown off. His swordsmanship was taught by the Count himself. How bad could it be? Carglass felt that he was really unlucky. Even his mind was starting to become muddled. Fortunately, the little girl who led them was very reliable. They didn't come to any dead ends along the way. Carglass realized that the little girl named Micaiah was even neater than a commoner's daughter. How could she live in such a filthy place? He vaguely felt that he had been tricked, but he couldn't tell why. They walked in the sewers for almost half an hour, and it was at this time that Micaiah suddenly stopped. What's wrong? Carglass asked. There are people ahead, the little girl replied calmly. Who? The people we met at the banquet. How did you know? Carglass asked in surprise. He didn't even know where they were, but the little girl had already determined their identity. How was that possible? Unless the little girl's true strength was actually higher than his. Because I ran out of magic, Micaiah replied. I've been using dark magic to avoid them, but now I can't. I can only feel that they are approaching us. What? Carglass thought that he must have misheard something. Or maybe he was still dreaming. Actually, Micaiah is a witch, Haruz replied with a bitter smile. Mr. Carglass. What? Carglass finally understood what went wrong. He felt like an idiot who had been played for a fool. You mean to say that you're actually a subordinate of his lordship? The little girl tilted her head and stuck out her tongue at him. Carglass felt like a little devil when he saw her adorable actions. Damn it, Carglass suddenly stopped talking. He put up a finger and gestured for Haruz to keep quiet. There are footsteps. He raised his head toward the road, then carefully shielded Haruz and Micaiah behind him. He turned back and asked in a low voice, Are you sure it's those people? Micaiah nodded. Is there any way to avoid them? The little girl thought for a moment. I've lost my magic. If we continue to move forward now, they will be alerted. Then if we hide here, will they be able to detect us? If they don't pay attention, perhaps not, Micaiah replied. The perception of wizards is not much stronger than ordinary people, and the same goes for the silver folk. But if they use magic to detect us, we will have nowhere to hide. Chapter 1455. Cargly's face darkened. He gritted his teeth and decided that he was not going to take the risk. Thinking of this, he said, "You guys stay here. I'll lure them away. If there's a chance, you guys run, do you understand?" "Mr. Cargly's, you can't, shut up." The sloppy young noble from Trentheim showed a serious expression for the first time. He even interrupted Haruz without mercy. "Your Highness Haruz, now is not the time to discuss whether or not we can do it. Every one of us is in danger, but if we don't try our best to fight for it, we will really die here." He patted Haruz's shoulder. "Do you understand, Your Majesty?" Haruz nodded. "I understand, Mr. Cargly's." Then it settled. Cargly's turned the sword around and handed it to Haruz. "If I can't escape, this sword means nothing to me. Take it and protect the lady beside you." Haruz nodded resolutely. He wanted to say something, but Cargly's waved his hand at him and disappeared into the darkness. Haruz closed his mouth tightly. He held the sword tightly in his hand as if it was the only thing he could rely on. His knuckles turned white as he tried to hold back his tears. His teacher had told him that a man should not cry easily. Then he felt a cold hand on the back of his hand. "That guy, he'll be fine." Haruz turned his head in surprise and looked at Micaiah, who had a calm face. "Lady Marcia is fair to everything in this world. He's an idiot, so his luck will definitely be better." The little girl replied softly as if she was telling a truth. "Lady Marcia is fair to everything in this world. He's a fool, so his luck will definitely be better." "Huh?" Micaiah made a shoo gesture at him. Haruz was so scared that he shut his mouth again. He turned around and heard an angry voice coming from the darkness. The footsteps seemed to be fading away. Haruz could feel his heart beating so fast that it felt like it was going to explode. He bit his lower lip and prayed for Cargly's. But after a while, all the sounds disappeared, and the darkness returned to silence. Micaiah suddenly grabbed his wrist. "Let's go," she said quickly. Before Haruz could react, a dazzling light swept over from the darkness. Although it did not shine on the two of them, their hiding place was exposed. A sharp voice rang out, "There are still some fish that escaped the net. Come out." At that moment, Haruz felt his mind go blank. He thought he was going to die, but everything he had learned seemed to appear naturally in his mind. He did not even have to think about it. He subconsciously raised his hand to the ceiling of the underground tunnel and shouted, "I'm going to kill you." A black light shot out from the prince's palm and hit the ceiling that had long been eroded by the underground water. There was a loud bang, and a bucket of dirty water burst out from the ceiling. Large pieces of rubble fell from the ceiling and quickly turned into a large area of collapse. In an instant, it was as if the entire ceiling had fallen. The torrent instantly sent Haruz and Micaiah flying. The former hit a stone pillar and almost screamed out in pain. But at this time, Haruz didn't dare to stop. Ignoring the pain in his back that felt like it was breaking, he jumped out of the water, rushed over and grabbed Micaiah's hand, shouting, "Run!" The two stumbled forward, and a moment later, there was the sound of a second explosion behind them. The flying stones crossed a distance of tens of meters and hit the wall. Some stones even hit Haruz's back, turning him purple and black in an instant. But he did not dare to stop. He knew that the second explosion must be the Grey Mage catching up. Sure enough, an angry voice came from that direction. "Black magic?" The sharp voice shouted, "Very well, I'd like to see who it is." Haruz felt his soul leaving his body. He knew very well that with his level of strength, he was no match for the Bugis silver person. He could only hope that the intricate terrain here would make the other party confused, although it seemed unlikely. The two of them quickly ran until they were out of breath, but Micaiah was unexpectedly strong. The little girl didn't say a word from beginning to end, although it was clearly because of him that she was in danger. "I'm sorry, Micaiah." Haruz panted and apologized, I can't run anymore. It's all because of me that you're like this." He originally thought that Micaiah would retort, but he didn't expect that his hand would grab empty air. Haruz was so scared that he almost screamed. He thought that the grey mage had caught up and subconsciously raised his sword to stab behind him. But unexpectedly, a hand reached out from the darkness, knocked the long sword out of his hand, and then grabbed his arm and pulled him over. Haruz opened his mouth to scream in fright, but his mouth was covered by a soft hand, so that he could only let out a whimper. But at this time, he finally realized that the person who grabbed him was not the grey mage, because he clearly felt that the hand covering his mouth was a woman's hand. "Sister Lasmika?" Haruz asked subconsciously. But a gentle voice, completely different from Lady Medusa's, rang out in the darkness, "Don't talk, Your Highness." Haruz was slightly startled. He looked around and realized that he was in a narrow secret room. Not only him, but Micaiah was also in this place. Between the two of them was a very tall woman. She held Haruz in her arms with her eyes closed, and in her other hand was a baby girl in swaddling clothes. Haruz recognized who the other party was in an instant. "Oh, Madam Ophelia?" "Shoo," Yura said softly, and she gently let go of Haruz. Only then did Haruz notice that the other party was injured. A wound extended from her shoulder to her chest, and blood had already soaked her clothes. She frowned, as if her previous movements had affected the wound, but even so, she bent down slightly, held the baby girl in her arms with both hands, and then handed her to Haruz. "This is..." In the darkness, Haruz's silver eyes sparkled, and he asked the Duchess with a puzzled look. "We can't hide," Yura said softly. Eula replied softly, "You are a guest of Lantanailan. Eichel and I must ensure your safety." Before she finished speaking, as if to confirm her words, the previous sharp voice came from outside the secret room. "How ridiculous, trying to hide in front of a real wizard, like a mouse with nowhere to hide under the light. Come out." Yura stretched out her hand and stopped Haruz. "The guest follows the host's wishes," she replied softly. "This is the ancient saying of the 9 phoenixes." With that, she gently touched her daughter's forehead, stood up, opened the door of the secret room, and walked out. The heavy stone door closed with a rumble in front of Haruz and Micaiah's eyes. Haruz clenched his teeth and held the baby girl in his arms tightly. His chest rose and fell slightly, but he could not make the slightest sound. Finally, the voice of the grey wizard came from outside the door again. "Eh?" The other party seemed a little surprised. "Look at what I found. This is not a small prey. A person of the 9 phoenix, a person chosen by the heavens, and a blind person. Then, this lady should be Duchess Ophelia, right?" Lady Yura did not seem to answer. Then the voice asked again, "Where is your daughter, Lady Yura? As a mother, do you think I would give my daughter to people like you, a Buga, to be so self-degrading?" The man seemed to be strangely silent for a moment because of this sentence. Then he said, "I admit that you are right, Duchess, but the silver folk also have their own choices. It may be a little dishonorable, but in this world, everything cannot be won fair and square. Otherwise, how could we, the descendants of the ancient people, have fallen to such a state today? Everyone has their own choices." "Yes," Yura replied. "But some people are noble because of it, and some are despicable because of it. Do you know what I have gained the most from coming to this land, Mr. Wizard?" "What is that?" "It is all the love in this world, deep and passionate, plain and noble. Do you understand all this, Mr. Wizard?" "Ah," the grey wizard sighed. "I understand, Lady Yura, you will certainly choose to sacrifice yourself to protect your daughter, but you have to understand that it means nothing to us." There was a moment of silence outside the door. Yura seemed to say something in a low voice. It was the ancient saying of the 9 phoenixes. The grey wizard was slightly surprised. "What did you say?" But this sentence stopped abruptly and suddenly turned into a scream of horror. "Damn it, what are you doing? Stop it." At that moment, Haruz felt the scorching heat in the secret room, but in his hands, the baby girl still had her eyes closed, as peaceful as a dream. A moment later, there was a shrill scream outside the door, and then everything was quiet. In the darkness, Micaiah was surprisingly calm. It's all over. At that moment, Haruz suddenly understood something. He trembled slightly and closed his eyes in pain. A drop of tear rolled down his long eyelashes and fell on the forehead of the baby girl in his arms. The baby girl suddenly woke up, her eyes still closed. She cried out and reached out her little hand, even touching the edge of Haruz's palm. Haruz bit his lips so hard that it almost bled. He held the baby girl's little hand and replied, "Elara, I will avenge your mother, no matter where those guys came from." The little prince's voice was low and sorrowful, almost pausing after every word. "I swear." He was silent for a moment. "I swear in the name of King Erwin." At that moment, the baby girl suddenly opened her eyes. In the darkness, it was a pair of shining golden eyes. Haruz was stunned. "This is the golden race? I see." Micaiah suddenly crawled over to Haruz's side. She reached out her hand and gently stroked the baby girl's forehead. "She is not a golden race. This is a descendant tainted with the power of Twilight, the first generation born after the collapse of Tiamat's network." In the darkness, the little girl's voice was soft and steady. "I see. This is the choice of this world, where the hope of the future lies." Chapter 1456. Early in the morning, the dew that had accumulated overnight rolled down from the olive leaves. Startled birds flew out of the forest, and the sound of horse hooves approached from afar. On the main road near Castle Greypine, Maggie saw a grey knight galloping towards them. The castle lowered the drawbridge and pulled up the gate. The knight went straight into the gate and then dismounted from his horse. He didn't care about sweating profusely. He handed his mount to the guard and took off his cloak. He walked up the tower and handed a letter to the clerk sitting there. After the clerk verified that the mark was correct, his expression changed. He reached out to ring the bell, then got up, opened the door behind him, and hurried out. The urgent document was passed between the towers, and soon it fell into the hands of the servants in the inner court. Under the lead of 2 female officials, the servants knocked on the heavy wooden door of Castle Greypine's Lothar Palace. The few people inside the door stopped talking and turned to look at them in unison. "Is this news from Lantanailan?" Amandina asked with a serious expression when she saw the blue ribbon on the scroll in the servant's hand. "Yes, Madam Amandina, Your Highness, this is urgent news from Lantanailan." Freya looked at Princess Griffin. The half-elf girl had an uneasy look on her face. Only then did she walk down the steps and take the tray. After Levin one's son returned to Cipher, the process of the unification of the North and the South had already been put on the table, but the nobles in the South still had doubts about it. Many of them expressed their wish to communicate with the royal family before the peace talks in Ampere Seal. Although Allium Japonicum had doubts about this matter, because Ranner was too close to Grenoires, and now in this southern province, the activities of the pagans were becoming more and more active. But she also understood that the situation in the south had reached a boiling point, and the royal family's statement was necessary to ease the increasing tension. Fortunately, the White Lion Guards had always been present in Ranner, and since the end of the Second War of the Black Roses, Brunhilde and her Valkyries seemed to be satisfied with the situation. Therefore, after compromising, the Allium Japonicum allowed Freya, who had just returned, to accompany Amandina and Princess Griffin on the trip to Ranner. Her Royal Highness's entourage set out. The ambassadors of Bilantonalan left Fratapeshi a week later, and did not reach Radnor until the latter part of the month of the slumber. At this time, it was already around the New Year, but after the baptism of war, there was no New Year's atmosphere. The situation in the south seemed to be more serious than expected. Just after the end of the year, there was a pagan riot in the Winnomar region. Coupled with the sudden interruption of news from Lantanailan's shallow water town, the White Lion Guard's defense and attention were diverted to the east. This alerted Amandina. Under her suggestion, Brunhilde and her Valkyrie riders had moved their garrisons 3 times in a row, and now they were extremely close to the north of Greypine Castle. However, the tense situation and the lack of news from Lantern Island made Princess Griffin more and more worried about the safety of her brother, the future King Erwin. These days, she had less and less time to sleep peacefully. And this urgent letter from Lantern Island seemed to faintly indicate something, causing the entire high-arched hall of Lothargar Palace to fall silent. The air seemed to be filled with an uneasy message. Amandina's gaze moved back and forth between the letter and Her Royal Highness. She pursed her lips, faintly calculating something in her heart. Freya carried the tray with both hands and walked back to Her Royal Highness. Griffin nodded to her. Although she tried to appear calm, her slightly furrowed brows showed the fluctuations in her heart. She picked up the letter, opened the wax seal, and shook out the real secret letter. She had only read 2 lines when her hand trembled slightly, and she accidentally knocked over the gold-plated cup on the table. With a crisp bang, the cup rolled to the ground, clinking all the way to Freya's feet. Only then did the Valkyrie bend down and reach out to hold it down, stopping the sudden noise in the empty hall. Griffin's face was as white as a sheet, and she almost fell backward with her head raised. Fortunately, Amandina was quick to react and rushed forward to support the former. "Your Royal Highness?" Freya picked up the cup and looked up. Only then did she see this scene and could not help but be startled. "Your Royal Highness!" The maids and chamberlains also exclaimed. But Amandina sternly reprimanded these servants. "Leave, inform the priest to come over immediately, and remember to keep your mouths shut." Amandina was no longer the destitute noble daughter who brags. A few months ago, the heads that rolled on the ground in Ranner had forged her reputation here. The chamberlains and maids did not dare to disobey her orders and immediately retreated in fear. "Go see if the door is closed, Freya." Amandina helped the pale-faced princess sit down and then instructed. The Valkyrie understood and immediately checked to see if anyone was eavesdropping. Then she turned around and shook her head. "Go find out the news." Amandina gave her a look. Freya nodded, then pushed the door open and walked out. After Freya left, Amandina asked, "Your Royal Highness?" "Something happened to Haruz." Princess Griffin murmured. "What happened?" "There was a rebellion in Bernisel, and the thugs took over the city. Old Duke Tomelin's army has now surrounded the city, but they have not attacked the city." Ever since this letter was sent, Haruz has lost contact with Duke Aiko and the others for 3 days. So, Amandina breathed a sigh of relief. At least the worst-case scenario she imagined had not happened. His Royal Highness may not have really met with misfortune. But how did these thugs come? Isn't there a large number of troops stationed in Lantern Island? Weren't the Highland Knight and the Black Tower mages also invited to the ceremony? I'm not sure. Griffin finally recovered some of her composure at this time and seemed a little calmer. She carefully recalled the contents of the letter, then shook her head weakly. The letter was written by Count Rogadia. According to the Highland Knight, the old Duke has not yet figured out the identity of the attackers. It is said that there is a considerable possibility that they are local pagans, but there are a large number of mages among them. That is why the Highland Knight and Lantern Island's allied forces have been defeated repeatedly. The Duke of Lantern Island is really confused. How can the local pagans have such strength? There must be an external force behind this, Amandina concluded. "When did this happen, Your Royal Highness?" "It has been a week since the letter was sent." Princess Griffin frowned at this time. "Strange, why was this letter delayed on the road for 3 days? Where is the knight who delivered the letter?" "We will know soon." Amandina looked up. Her frown seemed to reflect the same uneasiness in her heart, but even so, her answer was still unusually firm. As if to prove her words, not a moment later, Freya pushed the door open and walked in with the same worried look on her face. The female knight carefully closed the heavy wooden door of Lothargar Palace with the back of her hand, until the huge maple door made a soft click, and the lock springs were locked tightly with each other. Then Freya turned around and said, "Your Royal Highness, Amandina, I have asked clearly. This letter was sent to Magedon after it was sent to Fort Kirkle. Why would a letter from Lantern Island to Magedon be sent to Fort Kirkle?" The princess frowned and questioned with slight dissatisfaction. Isn't the shortest route between these two places the mountain path that passes through the dwarven circle? Who was the one who deliberately delayed the timing? The female knight shook her head. Because its first messenger is already dead. An unknown army blocked the road to the north of the misty forest, and the knight who delivered the letter risked his life to break through their blockade to deliver the letter to Kirkle. Then, it was sent to us by Lord Sherman Cohen's men. Actually, Freya said with a frown, we may be in trouble, Your Royal Highness. Amandina could not help but interrupt. Freya, you said that an unknown army was inserted to the north of Magedon. Are you sure that the messenger is telling the truth? I have confirmed his secret signal, and the magic method used is exactly the method that Lord Sherman taught Cohen. Amandina sucked in a breath of cold air, but why did the White Lion Guards not know anything about it? Because the movement of the believers of Manowar's All for One attracted our attention, Freya had clearly sorted out her thoughts, so this can only be the army of Duke Grenoir's and the Southern Legion. Other than that, there is no other army of such strength in the south. Amandina thought for a moment and said, this is obviously a premeditated move. The other party may be in cahoots with the rebels of Lantanailan, and they can order the believers of All for One in Erewhon. More importantly, they can march in secret under our noses, which means that they at least have the help of the local nobles. Amandina felt her scalp tingle. The nobles of the south colluding with each other was the last thing she wanted to see. It almost meant a coup d'état and rebellion. But now, there was no such thing as luck. The other party's large-scale mobilization in the south was definitely not as simple as an armed parade. And the most chilling thing was that Valhalla's military and administrative forces were completely kept in the dark in this incident. This was not something that could be explained by an intelligence failure. This could only mean that the other party's organization was more efficient and stronger than Valhalla. This may be pardonable, after all, Valhalla's intelligence system was only gradually established after Lord Sherman Cohen joined. Although there was some support from the Bugas, it was still a short time after all. Chapter 1457. But even so, it was the most effective force in Erewhon. The old noble's intelligence system was riddled with holes and could not withstand a single blow from it. Who, then, could make Valhalla appear blind? And it might not be just that. Because she understood that it was the royal faction behind this meeting. Even if the local nobles were determined to break off relations with the royal family, even if they could hide from the royal family's spies, the inextricable connections between them could not be completely hidden from the higher-ups of the royal faction. Unless someone had purposely blindfolded the eyes of others, creating an artificial illusion behind the carefully concealed truth. Someone betrayed us. Princess Griffine also understood everything. She bit her lips tightly, and a trace of pain flashed across her face. When we went to Ranner, at least one of the courtiers in charge of communicating and coordinating with the local nobles hid the most crucial information from us and betrayed us. The princess clenched her fists tightly, because she had almost guessed the person's name. That was the elder she once trusted the most, the teacher and senior in her eyes, and the example of the nobles in Erewhon whom she had always admired the most. She almost did not want to say that name, because it would hurt all her fantasies and memories of the kingdom's past. Maybe it's not necessarily that person. Amandina instantly understood what she meant, and softly comforted her. Your Highness, you must muster up your courage at this time. Although Amandina herself did not quite believe this comfort. Both Makarov and Count Audine had the opportunity to come into contact with the inside story, but in comparison, that person was closer to the heart of the royal court. And after the all-for-one movement in Manuel, Oberway personally wrote a letter to say that the Duke of Grenoir's and the Southern Army's movements were all normal. Now, this letter seemed to have become the bloody handprint on the evidence of the crime. But this handprint may have already strangled the Erewhon royal family today. Her Royal Highness stood up. She felt a little suffocated. There were many local nobles and participants gathered in Magedon City. How many of these people were rebels or at least sympathizers of the rebels? She shuddered just thinking about it. Did the other party already know that the messenger from Anthony had arrived in Greypine Castle? Perhaps they had already secretly sent people to monitor the manor. Amandina seemed to have realized the severity of the situation. She cautiously looked out of the arched window at the side of the hall and whispered, "We have to find a way to move to a safe place." Fortunately, Lady Brunhilde's camp is not far from here, and there are trustworthy White Lion guards in the castle. Griffin shook her head. There were too few White Lion guards in the city. They mainly relied on the guards in the castle, but these guards might not be reliable at this time. She asked, "Can you find a way to contact Miss Brunhild?" "There's a messaging crystal." Freya immediately removed the White Lion brooch from her chest, but when she turned it over, her expression changed. On the other side of the silver brooch, there was a dark red gem embedded in it. At that moment it was dull, as though it had lost its effectiveness. Someone blocked the magic network in this area. Amandina and Griffin's expressions changed at the same time. The other party had already made a move, and the matter of the messenger could not be hidden. It was normal for there to be a potential informant in the castle, but it also meant that their current situation was very dangerous. "We have to leave this place immediately." Amandina made a prompt decision. But the secret passageway might not be safe either. The secret passageway in Castle Grey Pine is meant for external enemies. If the local nobles are also against us, this secret passageway might not be usable. Freya replied cautiously. "We have another way." Griffin had completely recovered by now. She thought for a moment and said, "In fact, most castles have more than one secret passage. Greypine Castle used to be the property of Count Ranner, but it was built by the previous count. In the era when Ranner's territory was close to the royal family, my father came here a few times. Because of a coincidence, he found out about a secret passage that only the Ranner family knows about. This secret passage leads to the Misty Forest." At this point, the princess could not help but blush. Amandina and Freya happened to hear about the love affair between Oberg VII and Count Ranner when he was young. It was obvious that this secret passage was the bridge between the two of them. However, Amandina and Erwin's war goddess did not say anything and pretended that they did not understand the meaning behind it. Amandina coughed lightly and said to Freya, "Freya, go and gather the White Lion guards. Gather as many people as you can, but there's no need to take any risks. Don't think that you can get everyone out of here by chance. As for the others in the castle, you don't have to inform them. Tell them that the princess wants to gather the royal faction and the nobles. Tell them that she has something to announce. I understand. I'll go and destroy the documents and letters." Amandina replied, "Apart from the parts that must be taken away, the rest must be burned on the spot." "Let me help you, Miss Amandina." Griffin sighed softly. She suddenly felt weak and powerless. This feeling was similar to the despair she felt when she was betrayed in Ampere Seal. But this time, at least she had someone by her side to rely on. However, she could not help but wonder if the knight who saved her and Erwin time and time again was as brilliant and dazzling as he appeared to be. Amandina looked at her and shook her head. "First, you have to sort out your emotions. You can't be in this state right now. Also, you have to put on some makeup. Your elven features are too obvious. Do you know how to put on makeup, Your Highness?" "A little." Amandina shook her head. "I'll let my maid help you. She's someone I brought from Tonagel. She's a reliable person." Griffin could only nod. Ever since Count Ranner's death, the huge family had fallen apart. Their immediate family members were either imprisoned or hanged by the royal faction in the name of rebellion. It took Griffin some time to find the entrance to the secret passage in the Count's study. It was obvious that the princess' father did not mention much about it. The entrance to the secret passage was in the wall behind the fireplace. The fireplace was cleverly designed to be movable. Once it was opened, it revealed a dark entrance behind it. Griffin was certain that the passage had not been opened since that era because it represented a disgraceful history for the Ranner family. When she saw the thick layer of dust and cobwebs at the entrance, she knew that her guess was correct. However, standing in front of the entrance, the princess felt a moment of absent-mindedness. She thought that perhaps decades ago, her father had also stepped into this pitch-black staircase when he was young. A father and a daughter, at two different times and with two different emotions, stepped into the same secret passage. It gave her a sense of dislocation in time. Today, this secret passage was still the same, but to Erwin, things had changed. Those who belonged to the past left the stage one by one, and their lives ended. This included her father, Erwin's father, Oberg VII. At that moment, she recalled her childhood. She recalled the series of events that happened after she left Corvado. It was as if it was just yesterday. Will there be a day when I will leave this world, father? When Griffin took that step, such a thought appeared in her mind. Apart from Amandina and Freya, there were a total of 17 people accompanying them. One of them was Amandina's maid, while the rest were the Knights of the White Lion Squad. Originally, there should have been more people, but the rebels seemed to be aware of their intentions and started a riot in Greypine Castle in advance. After a fierce battle, they defeated the guards in the castle, and there were only a few people left, and almost all of them were injured. Is this secret passage really safe? Amandina suddenly asked in the darkness. Only a few people in the Randner family know about it. Griffin paused for a moment before continuing. Regardless of whether this passage is safe or not, this is our only choice. If I knew this would happen, I would have let Lady Brunhilde and the others stay in the castle. Freya replied with a hint of frustration. Unless you want them to be exposed to the world, Griffin forced a smile. Mr. Brando won't agree to it. Besides, Lady Brunhilde and the others are indeed a little special. There was silence in the darkness. The Buddhists only spoke a few words to ease the uneasiness between them, but the ladies soon stopped talking to each other. Only the sound of chaotic footsteps could be heard. The passage was a flight of stairs that led downwards. The knights used gems that emitted a cold light to illuminate the stairs. Soon, they found themselves in a natural cave. Fortunately, the terrain here was not too complicated. The underground water of Castle Greypine seemed to be stored under the karst cave. In the darkness, there were large pools of water. Stalactites rose from the pools and densely covered the ceiling of the cave. The cave was as rumored to lead straight to the north, and there were traces of man-made carvings along the way. Griffin breathed a sigh of relief. Her father did not tell her about the anecdotes of his youth, and she was only able to determine the location of this place through fragments of words. She was afraid that her judgment would be wrong, but fortunately, everything was developing in a good direction. Chapter 1458. About an hour later, the knight finally brought news from the front. An exit has been found, Your Highness. Looks like we've found the right place. Amandina also saw the princess's nervousness and comforted her. Although the process is a little complicated, at least we haven't lost all hope. From Duke Anthony's reaction in the letter, at least they're still on our side. With the military power of Valhalla, these schemes and plots can only stay at the stage of schemes and plots. Thank you, Amandina. I understand, I'm just worried about Haruz. He's the Lord's student, and the Lord didn't just teach Prince Haruz swordsmanship. As his sister, perhaps Your Highness should have more confidence in Erwin's future king. Aween's eldest princess finally nodded her head. The knights soon controlled the exit of the secret passage from outside. The exit was indeed in the misty forest, and it was said that there was a hunter's wooden house nearby, but it had been abandoned for a long time. The Knight of the White Lion Guards found a lot of military standard weapons in the wooden house. Although they had long rusted, it seemed that this was a secret stronghold of the Randner family, and the appearance was just a cover. After confirming this, Amandina and Princess Griffin were finally able to calm down. Under the care of the knight, Freya was the first of the three to walk out of the secret passage, and then the Valkyrie took the princess' hand and helped her out. Although the eyes of the elves could quickly adapt to the changes in light intensity, Princess Griffin could not help but squint under the sudden sunlight. And at this moment, she suddenly heard a sharp whistle in her ear. Your Highness, be careful. She heard Freya's scream, and then a heavy object crashed into her. The huge force made her fall back, and her back hit the wall of the secret passage heavily. Then, a series of noises came from outside. One of them was probably the sound of wind and fire, followed by the sound of people screaming, and finally the sound of weapons clashing. She heard the Valkyrie let out a muffled groan. After that, all sounds died down. Only then did the princess see what was on top of her. It was a corpse, a headless corpse of a white lion knight. Blood was oozing out of the broken blood vessels and trachea on the neck. The stench was nauseating. Griffin resisted the urge to vomit. She tried her best to shrink back, but Amandina also tried to pull her back. Soon, a pair of cold iron gloves reached in from outside the cave and grabbed the princess' hair. Griffin let out a scream and was dragged out of the cave. She screamed and clawed at the wall. Her fingertips were bleeding, but she was still pulled out and thrown aside. Griffin opened her eyes and saw Freya lying next to her with her eyes closed. There was a long wound on her chest, and she did not know if she was dead or alive. Griffin's heart clenched. She subconsciously held the Valkyrie's cold hand. Fortunately, she could still see a warm pulse. But before she could say anything, the pair of iron gloves grabbed her slender neck and pulled her up. Then, she shouted in the direction of the cave. "Everyone inside, come out, or I'll kill these people." Griffin felt that her face, which had been hit earlier, was swollen and painful. She could barely open her eyes, but she still saw Amandina and 2 other knights slowly walking out of the secret passage. Of the more than 10 people who had accompanied her, only a few were left in an instant. Griffin saw the cold corpses on the ground. Among them was Amandina's maid. This girl, who was only 15 or 16 years old, had been shot in the chest by an arrow. Her empty eyes stared straight at the sky above the forest. Griffin thought of how this girl had put on makeup for her not long ago and praised her beauty. She could not help but close her eyes in pain. The other party's strength was beyond her imagination. The White Lion Guards left behind by Brando were already one of the best elites in Erewhon. The average local noble's private army might not be able to gain the upper hand in a head-on battle even if they had 10 times the number. But these enemies had killed almost all of them in a moment. She noticed that most of the people who attacked were wizards. There were a total of 17 or 18 people, all dressed in grey robes, and even their faces were covered by hoods. With so many spellcasters, it was exactly the same as the rebellion in Lantern Island described in the Highland Knight's letter. This was definitely not something that the local nobles in the Southern Territory could come up with. "Who is the princess?" The black-armored knight who caught her asked in a rough, muffled voice. Griffin was slightly startled. She looked up with some doubt. These people who came to arrest them did not recognize her. Were they really the nobles of Erewhon? "Take the women away." "There must be someone among the nobles who knows her," a voice replied. "No," but the wizards shook their heads. "These people cannot be seen by the nobles. They are our captives. Don't worry, we have ways to confirm their identities." With that, he motioned to one of the wizards to take out a gemstone. Griffin almost cried out when she saw the gemstone. It was Gorlin's gemstone. Legend had it that it used to be a part of the Lionheart sword, but the late King Eric used it to cast a crown. This crown had always been the treasure of the Cipher family. The gemstone had the same ability as the Lionheart sword, which was to confirm the legitimacy of the Erewhon royal family. The crown had always been in the Cipher family, but after the war in Ampere Seal, following a series of turmoil in the Cipher family, the crown and the gemstone disappeared. Griffin had specifically asked her brother Levin Orson about this. Ornazon, but the other party obviously didn't know much about this matter. But how did it fall into the hands of these people? Who were these people? Griffin's heart was filled with confusion for a moment. Amandina also saw the gemstone at this time, and a trace of surprise flashed in her eyes. She saw the black-armored knight receiving the gemstone from the Magi. She suddenly stepped forward and interrupted them, saying, "Don't worry. This is Gorlin's gemstone. It is the treasure of the Erewhon family. How did it fall into your hands? Who are you?" "Huh?" The wizard was slightly stunned. He glanced at Amandina and suddenly threw the gemstone over as if it was a worthless stone. He then sternly said to Amandina, "You, pick it up." Amandina silently looked at the gemstone that rolled to her feet. Then she raised her head and looked at the bruised and swollen princess. "Let go of my maid first. I have the right to ask you to do so." "Interesting." The wizard snorted. He gestured to the black-armored knight, and the latter immediately let go of Griffin. The half-fairy princess knelt on the ground. She held her chest with tears in her eyes, and there was a purple mark on her neck. She could hardly speak and could only gasp for breath. Amandina couldn't bear to look at the princess. She hesitated for a moment, then slowly bent down and picked up the gem. "Amandina, don't." Princess Griffin was anxious. She could not speak and could only desperately signal to Amandina with her eyes. These people were extremely cold and ruthless. If they found out that Amandina was deceiving them, she was afraid that they would tear her to pieces in an instant. Right now, they did not know whether Miss Freya was alive or dead. If Amandina died here, she did not know how to explain it to Brando. But it was at this time that the princess suddenly froze. In everyone's eyes, the flawlessly cut golden gemstone was slowly burning in Amandina's hand. The center of the gemstone seemed to light up with a flame that slowly expanded outwards. Finally, it became bright and flawless, emitting a soft light in all directions. How beautiful! The magus couldn't help but praise when he saw this scene. Then he bent down and bowed to Amandina. "Then, Your Highness, I will have to trouble you to come with us." "This golden gemstone?" "You may take it," the wizard replied politely, his previous arrogance gone. "This is the end of its usefulness to us." With that, the magus turned around and ordered all the black-armored knights in the forest, "Clean up the battlefield and leave this place. Take away all the people who are still alive. Don't forget about the young lady and her sword." He pointed to Freya and the lionheart on the ground. Amandina held the golden gemstone in her hand and silently watched this scene. Her gaze slowly moved to Princess Griffin, but saw that the half-elf girl was staring at her blankly. Her silver eyes were full of pity and helplessness. Waking up from all the darkness, ignorance, and chaos was often the dream of mortals. When Griffin opened her eyes due to exhaustion, all she saw was darkness. The tent blocked the misty forest's bright night sky and the twinkling stars. Outside the tent, the sound of insects' wings could be heard. Creak, 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 like a nocturne. The sound of a woman's scream and cry came from the camp in the distance. The princess' heart could not help but tighten. She seemed to have entered another nightmare, but the latter was more realistic, like a knife cutting open her heart. She could hear her heart thumping loudly in her chest. This was proof that she was still alive. She was afraid that she would recognize Amandina's cries, but fortunately, as an important captive, Amandina was currently being carefully protected. With that in mind, Princess Griffin ignored the pain in her body and got up from the ground. As the princess's maid, she was given special treatment. The rebels had prepared a blanket for her and Freya, but that was all. Chapter 1459. In the darkness, Griffin saw the unconscious Freya. She crawled over and nudged the body of the girl from Butchie, whispering her name. But Freya's body was wrapped in thick bandages, which were the handiwork of a woman from a nearby town. This was also the minimum care that the wizards had given them according to Amandina's request. Griffin felt that Freya's breathing was very weak and intermittent. She used her cold hand to touch the knight's forehead, which was boiling hot. Her wound was festering and inflamed. The long and narrow sword wound was close to the lung and the heart. Griffin's knowledge of natural history and medicine, which she had gained from her royal education, told her that such a wound infection was likely to kill the Valkyrie. This discovery made Griffin anxious. She held Freya's hand tightly. The knight needed a qualified priestess, or at least a priest who could cast healing spells to stabilize her injury. But the people outside might not care about their lives, and the soldiers in the camp were different from the learned wizards. These private soldiers of the nobles who had not received much education were potential dangers. The wizard who brought them here had warned her not to leave her tent as much as possible, or else she would have to bear the consequences. In the darkness, Griffin finally remembered something. Her hand moved down her neck inch by inch, and finally, she touched the pendant of the necklace at her collarbone. Perhaps it was out of confidence, or perhaps it was because they did not care about this maid at all. The wizards did not search her body. They only took away her and Freya's weapons, including the Lionheart sword. Griffin's heart seemed to calm down. The necklace was her birthday gift. Her father had solemnly given it to her on her 7th birthday. This necklace could save her life in a critical moment. Every member of the royal family had something similar. Heruz had a set of rings with this necklace. It was also the proof of the 2 siblings. Griffin carefully took the necklace out from under her clothes, held the shiny pendant in her hand, and placed it on Freya's chest. But at this time, a strong wind seemed to have appeared in the forest, and the tent was rustling. Then, there was a chaotic sound of people and horses neighing from the camp, and the noise quickly became one. Griffin was shocked and stopped what she was doing. She looked up in the direction of the camp, and the light from the camp seemed to have become brighter, and the sky seemed to be burning. The noise quickly turned into the sound of fighting. The princess immediately understood that the camp had been attacked, but she was still not sure if the attackers were her allies. But the chaos in front of her made Griffin's heart skip a beat. She sensed that this might be an opportunity. But before she could act, there was a sudden sound of disorderly footsteps in the distance, and the sound quickly approached. There was a shout outside the tent, followed by angry scolding, and then the sound of swords clashing, fighting, short screams, and finally the sound of a heavy object falling to the ground. Griffin's heart was in her mouth for a moment. She was not an ignorant little girl, and of course, she knew what was going on outside. At this time, there was a soft sound, and the tent was opened by a dirty noble swordsman. The man with a fierce face saw the scene in the tent and could not help but whistle. "Oh, there are 2 beautiful little doe here." Griffin's heart sank when she saw the other party's outfit, but she stood up and asked in a low voice, "Who are you?" "Ha!" The noble swordsman looked at Griffin's body with a greedy gaze. "Who do you think you are, little girl, the Princess of Erewhon?" After that, he reached out and grabbed Griffin's shoulder, and was about to press her to the ground. Princess Griffin almost forgot to resist due to her shock and anger. With a tearing sound, she felt a cold sensation on her chest. In that instant, the instincts that she had trained for 10 years returned to her body. The princess arched her body like a vigorous leopard, lifting her leg to knee the disgusting man in the crotch. The man let out a low cry from the depths of his throat, and in pain and anger, he wanted to choke Griffin's neck, but the half-elf girl nimbly took a step back, one hand blocking the wound on her chest, the other hand reaching out to grab the hilt of the sword at the man's waist. She pressed down with her thumb and pulled out the sword. The noble swordsman did not even have time to react. He instinctively lunged forward, but Princess Griffin had already stabbed him in the chest with her sword. The man let out a hoarse wail and looked at her unwillingly before falling heavily to the ground. The fight in the tent finally attracted the attention of the outside, and the rebel soldiers outside rushed in, cursing, but Griffin had completely calmed down. She swung her sword to cut down the spears that were coming in from the outside. Then, she stabbed 2 soldiers in succession. It was only then that the soldiers outside realized that they had not provoked a defenseless doe, but a female leopard that was baring her claws and fangs to hunt. Finally, after losing 2 more of their comrades, the disorganized noble private soldiers could not take it anymore. When the first noble private soldier faced Griffin, he turned around and fled, and the reaction spread like the plague. In an instant, the rebel soldiers had all fled. At that moment, Griffin finally could not take it anymore. She looked at the corpses on the ground, and a sense of humiliation and pain welled up in her heart at the same time, causing her to kneel on the ground. This was almost the first time she had personally killed someone, and the blood that stained the ground made her feel nauseous, but she did not know what to do. After killing so many people, those people would not let her go. She sat for a long time until the surroundings became quiet again, but after a while, Griffin seemed to have woken up from her blank state. She seemed to feel that the surroundings were a little cold, and she shivered as she crawled to Freya, picked up the female knight, and opened the pendant, which was a sparkling crystal bottle. The crystal bottle was filled with blood-red liquid. Griffin removed the glass stopper and poured a small part of the blood on Freya's chest. Then she pried open the female knight's pale lips and poured some of the blood-red liquid inside. Unfortunately, it did not help, and the liquid soon overflowed from the female knight's mouth and slid down the corner of her mouth. Griffin hesitated for a moment, but she suddenly raised the bottle and drank the liquid inside in one gulp. Then she held Freya's face with her hands and resolutely kissed her lips. In the darkness, Griffin shyly stuck out her tongue and passed the liquid in her mouth little by little. The two girls' tongues unconsciously intertwined with each other, and such an action made Griffin's cheeks burn. After a while, she heard the female knight moan in a low voice. Griffin jumped up like a frightened deer. She took a few breaths and turned her head. In the dim light outside, her cheeks were fiery red. Although the other party was just a girl, such a bold action was still somewhat beyond the limit of her imagination. She touched her face and was stunned for a while before she realized something. She hurriedly looked outside, and except for the scattered spears around the tent, there was no one. There were two corpses in the distance, and they had been dead for a long time. At this time, Griffin confirmed that something had indeed happened in the direction of the camp. It seemed that some of the noble's private soldiers had escaped during the chaos. After confirming this, she hurriedly retreated into the tent, picked up the somewhat heavy female knight, and then dragged her back with difficulty. The two quickly came to the back of the tent, which was also empty. Obviously, it was their best opportunity to escape. But when Griffin carried her female knight, she subconsciously looked back at the center of the camp, where the flames were soaring and shadows were flickering. She did not know how Amandina was doing now, who the attackers were. Would they save Amandina? But she recalled the moment when Amandina stood up and looked at her with a gentle gaze, and her heart could not help but waver. Griffin almost swayed, but she gritted her teeth and quickly ran towards the forest not far away. Although the camp was in chaos, there would definitely be wizards who would notice here. She had to get into the forest before that, and it would be best if she could escape far away. But things were not as perfect as she had imagined. She had just run a few steps when there was an angry shout behind her, and a bright light rose from the darkness and shot from that direction. The sound of arrows piercing through the air came from behind, and the arrows almost grazed the princess' cheek as they flew past, and some even sank into the bushes. Griffin gritted her teeth and threw herself into the briar bush. The thorns scraped her cheeks and burned with pain, but she carefully protected the unconscious Freya, then got up and ran forward again. But it was at this time that the sound of a spell was heard. It was magic. The half-elf girl only felt a wave of despair in her heart. It was an attack that she absolutely could not avoid. Am I going to die here? She could not help but shout in her heart, Your Majesty, Father. But as if answering her question, a silver light suddenly shot from the front. Before Griffin could react, the sharp whistle passed by her and shot towards the wizard behind her. With a scream, the wizard turned over and fell to the ground. At the same time, a silver figure came to Griffin's side, one in each hand, and lifted her and Freya onto the back of a horse. Lady Brunhilde. When Griffin saw the horse king wrapped in silver flames, she immediately knew who had saved her. Brunhilde nodded and replied with a somewhat hollow voice, My sisters and I felt the disturbance in the direction of Castle Grey, so we rushed over, but we did not expect to be a step too late. Fortunately, you and Freya escaped, Your Highness. So it was really you who attacked the camp, Lady Brunhilde. Griffin said anxiously, Miss Amandina is still in the hands of those people, please be sure to save her. We will, Brunhilde replied, but the possibility is very small. The opponent is very strong, and there is a wizard who is even stronger than me. Fortunately, we are all spirits, and the wizards of the law cannot do anything to us. Griffin was completely stunned. A wizard who is stronger than Lady Brunhilde, isn't that a supreme being? But how did Erwin have a supreme being? And from the sound of it, none of the wizards were weak, or else a supreme being would not be able to stop the Valkyrie riders from saving people from the camp. Who are they? Griffin could not help but murmur. They are most likely Bugas, your highness, Brunhilde replied calmly. They are the Grey Wizards and the law of the mystic realm, a branch of the Sasaldian. Griffin did not understand what a Grey Wizard was, and what a Sasaldian was, but she understood the Bugas. She could not help but widen her beautiful silver eyes, and said in surprise, Bugas, but why would the Bugas attack Erewhon? To this question, Brunhilde could not answer. She quickly brought Griffin and Freya out of the enemy's pursuit range, and before that, she had already blown the trombone, calling for the Valkyrie riders to regroup. The Windrider colt landed in a clearing in the forest, and the lady gently put down the princess, then put down Freya, and asked, before the lord left, he told me and my sisters to listen to you and Freya's commands. What should we do now, your highness? Griffin took a step back in exhaustion, smoothing out her silver hair that was messed up by the wind, and subconsciously looked at Freya. The effect of the elixir of life had begun to take effect, and the female knight slowly blinked, as if she was waking up. Freya felt that she had a strange dream. She dreamed that she was seriously injured in a battle and was about to die. Brando hugged her in his arms, and even kissed her. The dream was so real that she almost did not want to wake up. But when she woke up, the first thing she saw was Brunhilde and her blazing Valkyrie, and then the princess beside her. Your highness. She called out weakly. Memories flowed back to her like water, and the female knight struggled to get up, and looked around. Where is everyone? Where is Amandina? Where is this place? This is a safe place. Brunhilde answered. Amandina was taken away by those people, and those wizards mistook her for me. Griffin walked over to support Freya, and explained the whole story in detail. They want to take Amandina to Kirkle Castle, and if her identity is exposed, her life will be in danger. How can this be? Freya was anxious. We have to save Amandina. She has been following the Lord since Bragg's. We cannot lose her. I will definitely save Amandina, Griffin replied. Freya, I promise you. But those are the Bugas. Why would they make an enemy out of us? We have to return to Valhalla immediately. Griffin took a deep breath, and since she knew that the enemy was the descendants of the Silver Knights, she had completely understood the situation at hand. Only Valhalla has the power to save Amandina. Chapter 1460. Heinf and Roland sat on two separate beds, looking at each other in silence. It was a small wooden hut, but it was still comfortable. The interior was clean and tidy, even carpeted. There were woolen paintings hanging on the walls, depicting abstract scenes of Mount Greyhar. The workers had planted lilies of the valley on the windowsill. These tiny white flowers poked out from the windowsill, swaying gently in the night breeze. These little flowers that were rarely seen in this season were nothing special in the Black Forest. In the loop of trade winds, as long as the long winter in the forest had yet to arrive, all kinds of flowers could be seen throughout the year. Heinf looked out of the window. A stream of light gathered in the darkness far away, like stars falling on the ground, giving people some warmth in the endless darkness. It was the light of the town. The locals called this new town Sarnan, which meant gem of light, to describe its scene in the night. The town was prosperous because of the mining industry. People from all over the world came here and settled down, forming the scale it was today. But now, there were no longer only refugees here. There were also gold miners and merchants who were attracted here. A market had formed spontaneously in the densely populated settlement. Surrounding Salnan, there were small villages in the dark forest. Perhaps in less than 10 years, this place would become another Ferber. However, the ones who restrained this place were still the Druids of the Kalanga Mountains. The Druids protected the fire seed, and at the same time, restrained the humans from overexploiting the forest. That guy, where is that wizard planning to take us? After a moment of silence, Roland could not help but ask, we are nobles. Even if we have offended him, there is no reason to restrict our freedom like this. Besides, what use are we to him? Does he want ransom? That's not a problem, but he has to send someone to deliver the message. Heinf turned around and said, You are the only captive, Roland. I am not. I volunteered to travel with this Lord Magus, as I happen to be heading towards Trondheim as well. Can't you see, Heinf? He is taking us in circles in the forest. I have spent weeks trekking in the Black Forest, but the journey from Marleth to Abbey's castle will take no more than 3 days. Roland said unhappily. Hein Fu looked at the young man mockingly. This fellow had always been arrogant, and he had finally learned his lesson this time. He took out a drawing board and a charcoal pencil from his backpack and began to scribble in front of the beautiful night view of Salman. At the same time, he replied, "It's up to the Lord. Besides, I don't think this is a waste of time. We saved a beautiful lady, didn't we? From the hands of your evil companions. If it weren't for you, we wouldn't have taken so long. Besides, Roland, I'm afraid you're the one who doesn't know what's going on. Our noble identities aren't even worth mentioning in the eyes of that lord. I think you should be careful. You're standing against the princess this time, and I think that person is very concerned about the princess. He might be a member of the royal family of Covardo." "Nonsense." Roland frowned. "It's just a guess, but since when did Owain have such a powerful wizard? The Buga people don't seem to be worth mentioning in front of him. He was clearly concerned about the princess, and I think that's why those grey mages angered him. If the royal family has such a powerful backer, why would they need the count's help?" Roland replied in a low voice. The charcoal pencil in Hein Fu's hands stopped. This was what he was worried about. His family relied on the rise of Erwin's royal power, but he himself was an admirer of the count. Everyone had their own ambitions, and from his standpoint, Hein Fu wanted to see the two become one. But if the royal family and the count had the same power, where would Erwin go in the future? He silently sketched out the image of the princess in his heart, but he found that there was no fixed shape. Between reality and ideal, which direction would the daughter of Oberg VII choose? "This is the city that the count built himself," Hein Fu said. "He is the last knight to open up a new territory for Won since the age of pioneers. But I heard the nobles in various regions discussing this matter, and all of them were waiting to see a good show. As for the lower ranks of Erwin, they were indifferent, as if it had nothing to do with them. Few people can see the changes the dark forest has brought to Tonagel. This nameless southern border is now one of the most prosperous areas after Ampere Seal. The merchants are more sensitive to this. They have followed the count's footsteps into the dark forest. But most people, including these people, think that the count is lucky, but a person's luck is limited. Just like an investment, it can make money, but it can also lose money. But if those people were here today, they might be speechless about their own thoughts." He turned around and said, "Roland, why do you think the nobles of Erwin today have such a different vision from the count?" Roland was silent. He worshipped the count because of his outstanding martial arts and military prowess, as well as his powerful strength and legendary personal experience. All of these made the blood of the young people of this era boil. But more importantly, he was neither servile nor overbearing in front of crews. He was completely in line with the image of a hero in the hearts of the young people of Erwin. But no one was perfect, and the same was true for heroes. The count's legendary rise was due to his good luck in the dark forest. This was understandable, and there was a sense of mystery that was predestined. Perhaps it was Lady Martha who sent this hero to Erwin to save this ancient and fallen kingdom. This feeling of destiny was more in line with the noble's aesthetic. But today, all of his previous views had been overturned. A local merchant had personally done the math for them. It was Salmon's profit and investment in maintaining the Pyro Company within a single season. These were two astronomical figures that were equally unimaginable. It was an inconceivable plan in the eyes of the nobles. To them, most of the wealth that the count had plundered from the dark forest had been reinvested into the maintenance of his territory. It was simply a laughable arithmetic problem. But in fact, Roland saw the scattered towns in the dark forest taking root in the forest step by step. They were like giant trees that were sprouting, absorbing nutrients from the ground and feeding back to the land. And one day, this place would become Erwin's territory. Since the pioneer era, this was the slimmest hope in the darkness, but it was so real here. At that moment, Roland truly felt a great sense of mission that breathed in the future and destiny of a common future. It was a long-term vision that made one's soul tremble. It would take decades, or even hundreds of years, a generation, or even several generations of effort to complete all of this. A long-term plan about the future of the kingdom, and even the future of civilization and order of the world. It was just a small step in Tonajul, but it was like opening the door to a vast world for people. The infighting of the people of Erewhon in the small land, and even the conflicts in the entire Wonde, were extremely laughable behind this door. Roland seemed to have gotten to know Hainf all over again. Hainf, I didn't expect you to care about this too. It's not profound. It's just that some people don't want to understand it. Hainf used a charcoal pencil to draw a long ridge on a piece of paper as he replied. Since you have seen all of this, Roland replied in a deep voice, I believe you have the intention to change it, and this is exactly what we are doing. After the Count left, Her Highness did all kinds of things to erode the strongest power in the kingdom. If Tonajul falls apart because of this, everything that we have seen in the dark forest will one day become a bubble. He paused for a moment. If you are still bothered by what happened before, I can apologize to you for it. Hainf, I think we have the same ideals. Why don't you join the royal faction with me? Hainf turned around and looked at him mockingly. Do you really think the royal faction can change Erewhon, Roland? The royal faction only hopes to turn Erewhon back into the Erewhon of the past. They are immersed in the so-called prosperous period before the War of Frost, where the royal family and nobles ruled together. But in that so-called best era, how much has Erewhon changed? It hasn't changed, Hainf replied. Because the nobles actually don't want to change. They just want to maintain the status quo. In that era, we had outstanding figures like Sword Saint Darius and Tolman. But in fact, the so-called resurgence is only because of people and also because of people. Roland, it's the same today. In Erewhon where the nobles rule, Tonajul's miracle is only a flash in the pan. The lessons of Lord Tolman and Lord Darius have been deliberately ignored by some people. Preposterous. Nonsense. The young man frowned. He was struggling in his heart. It was as if there was a voice in his head telling him that Hainf's words were correct. But everything he saw and heard since he was young, his class, his family, and his birth made him have a good impression of Erewhon. You know very well, Roland. The Count has already given us the answer. Chapter 1461. Let the kingdom inherit the Count's dream. This dream will be the whole of Erewhon, not Tonajul, or any other noble's territory. You should understand the short-sightedness of those people. Only the kingdom's vision is long-term. We can't expect everyone to be like the Count, but everyone in Erewhon understands the meaning of strength and dignity. Rowan's eyes were filled with disbelief. He had never heard of such a thing before, and it made him feel as if he was meeting the brother of a classmate he used to look down on for the first time. He subconsciously fell silent. But the Count is no longer here. It doesn't matter, but his will is still there, and we still have His Highness. I believe Prince Haruz must understand the Count's ambition. What do you want to do? The royal faction is a thing of the past, but Erewhon does need a new belief. Roant, we have like-minded people. Why should we wallow in the mire with the past? Hamp's eyes flashed with a bright light, as if there was a flame in them. The light of the stars in the sky shone on the dark forest. The darkness seemed to allow Brando's perception to expand in all directions. The eye of the heart watched the entire forest. The fallen leaves, the insects, the light flapping of the owl's wings, the whispers, and any small details in the dark corners were all reflected in his heart. He stopped and stood in the middle of the forest, as if he was a part of this silent nature. Although he was seriously injured and almost lost his life in the battle with the Kentu in the realm of stagnation, but ever since Martha healed his injuries and returned to Wonde, he felt that he was getting closer to the laws of this world. His strength seemed to be growing every moment, and he was getting closer and closer to the checkpoint he was once familiar with. Is my lord in a bad mood? Scarlet also stopped and said with a little guilt, is it because we wasted too much time in the loop of trade winds? She lowered her head, if I hadn't been too careless and provoked those bugas, it's nothing. Sassalds deserved it. Brando shook his head. His thoughts were not on this matter. He naturally heard the conversation in the wooden house in the distance. It seemed that his influence on Erwin was growing larger and larger, but whether it was good or bad, it was hard to say. However, he had no intention of stopping them. Of course, Erwin didn't just need a single person. This ancient kingdom still had its future and its next generation. At the very least, these people had already developed different ideas from their parents. It was like a pool of stagnant water that was rippling with new ripples. Chien. Brando suddenly said. Can I invite my guard captain to walk with me? The mountain maiden was stunned. Sir, aren't we walking? Of course not, Brando replied. Although I'm inviting my captain of the guards, I'm taking up her rest time. You can't keep this face all the time, right? Chien showed a puzzled look. Brando smiled and stretched out his hand. Come to my side, don't always follow behind me. Do I look scary? Chien stared blankly at Brando's outstretched hand. She hesitated for a while before putting her hand on it. When Brando held her hand, the girl's movements were obviously stiff, but soon, she softened. Brando looked at Chien's awkward walking movements and couldn't help but find it funny. Is my captain of the guards actually a puppet? Under the bright moonlight, Chien seemed to have lost the ability to speak. She lowered her head and said nothing. Brando smiled and shook his head, but his thoughts were a little unpredictable. He had been dreaming a lot these days. He dreamed of the past, of the night in Bucci, of the Roman, and also of his senior sister and the princess. He dreamed of fighting and escaping in the darkness. The dreams were grotesque and variegated. Some were real, some were absurd. In every dream, there seemed to be someone trying to talk to him, telling him everything about the past and the future. He couldn't help but think of the Sassaldian alliance. Those wizards had been secretly imprisoned, but they went missing in the loop of trade winds. It might be a little troublesome for the Sassaldians to investigate. Therefore, he handed those people over to the Druids. The power of the loop of the world was not inferior to the Silver Alliance. The Druids owed him a favor for the loop of trade winds, and the two had always cooperated well. This small matter was not worth mentioning. He interrogated those people and found out a lot of things. The Sassaldians coveted the war slate. This was not surprising. After all, they were once the owners of this taboo knowledge. There were some ambitious people who wanted to use this to restore the former status of the silver folk, recreate the empire in the sky, and let the bugas have the silver blood flowing again. Since the change of the law of Tiamat and the fall in status, such arrogant ideas had become more and more marketable within the Silver Alliance. He heard that the bugas had hurriedly withdrawn from the wild conference of the Four Realms. There must have been internal disagreements and different voices. Vladimir the Great and Wizard Sassaldian had been splitting up the Silver Federation, and now was the best opportunity for them. This was originally an internal matter of the Silver Folk, but the Sassaldians reached out to Erwin, which made Brando feel a sense of danger. The hostility shown by the Grey Mages towards Princess Griffine was obviously not as simple as seizing the slate. He saw such a future in the dream. He did not know whether the future was real or not, but it confused him. He subconsciously stretched out his hand, as if trying to grasp the world. The moonlight passed through his fingers, making it look a little hazy. The forest in the distance was still immersed in darkness, but it was not difficult to see the undulating shadows of the Greyhill Mountains. There was a sparkling stream through the forest, making the pebbles glow brightly in the moonlight. A few fawns were flashing through the forest. Out of Sarnan, he set foot on the land of the Abes. This trade route in the Black Forest could be said to have been opened by him, but walking on this road, he had a strange sense of homesickness. Where was his hometown? Tonagel, Braggs, or Bucci? Was it the past or the present? Scarlet, what do you think the world is like? Brando suddenly stopped and turned back to ask. This question was a little too big. The Highlander girl was silent for a moment, then shook her head silently. Brando smiled. He actually did not expect to get the answer, or rather, he already got the answer. The world in people's hearts had different meanings in people's hearts. It became bright or dark according to people's hearts. For different people, there was no fixed answer. What kind of world did he want? Brando silently thought about the answer to this question. But the same question seemed to have triggered some thoughts in the Highlander girl's heart. Brando suddenly felt a pair of hands hugging him from behind. He felt Scarlett's nervous heartbeat, which was tightly pressed against his back, as if there was no distance between them, and transmitted to his heart. What's wrong, Scarlett? Scarlett did not say a word. Are you afraid? I heard from the elders that the gods will become the stars in the sky, shining on their people on the ground. I'm afraid that one day, the Lord will also leave us. Brendel could not help but laugh out loud when he heard that. He laughed so hard that tears came out of his eyes. This silly girl, he held Scarlett's hands in front of his chest. What gods? We're just mortals. Scarlett did not say a word. Brando suddenly stopped laughing. He felt an endless amount of power pouring into his body. Every breath he took seemed to echo with the mountains, and the rustling of the pine trees turned into a wave. It was like the sound of his heartbeat. Heaven and earth, at this moment, became one with him. Brando closed his eyes and felt a slight resonance in his heart. He felt as if his blood was echoing with the sound of metal and stone hammering, and the rumbling was the echo of the silver lines of the law. The laws formed his body, and the magic formed his blood. When he opened his eyes, it was like the first rays of dawn. When he closed his eyes, it was like the bright moon in the sky. When he exhaled, it was like the biting cold northern wind. When he spoke, his words turned into laws and symbols. With every step he took, life was born from his footprints. When his heart beat, it became one with the pulse of the earth. Brando sighed. At that moment, he saw the end of the sage's journey. There, Martha seemed to be waiting for him in the light. I won't leave you, he whispered to Scarlett, I swear. He was very close to home now. Beyond this forest was the wilderness of Abes. The moonlight of the Black Forest must have shone on that land as well. Early morning. Green Village was located at the border between the Black Forest and the Green Village. Ever since Abes opened a new passage to the Black Forest from Schaflund, this place became deserted. Few people passed by the ruins of the forest. Only adventurers would pass by or stay here for a short while. The broken walls in the forest were evidence of the decline of this place. In the east of the village, the Tonajal people built a watchtower. Sentinel Hard stood at the top of the tower. The forest a few miles away was within his field of vision, and he was surprised to see a group of people coming from the direction of Green Village. The captain was boiling tea in a kettle with a frown. The news from the north was getting more and more intense. It was said that the White Lion Guards had already fought with the rebels, but the news was very tight. One moment it was said that the rebels had already reached Vladapace, and the next moment it was said that the rebels had already reached Fort Palace. But no matter which side it was, the news was mostly bad. At least the army from the north had already taken Ampere Seal. This was true news. Even the sea transport was intermittent, and the number of merchants coming to Abes had decreased significantly. Chapter 1462. It was said that this was related to the changes in the Cruz Empire. Since the fall of the Black Moon, trade had begun to decline substantially. But fortunately, with the help of the Nagas, at least the route to Alanta and Nazir was still open. But this was not good news. The army of Abes had already left for the north, and according to the letter from home, Menta and Old had begun to evacuate south, crossing the Gus River. Now the refugees were gathering in Abes, and some were gathering in Gree. The harsh winter had not passed, and it was as if they had returned to the time before the year of flowers and summer leaves. Every time this happened, the captain could not help but miss the time when the Lord was still in the territory. Recently, rumors about Princess Amandina and Amandina began to circulate in the fief, vividly describing how the two women had usurped the count's position. Although the captain thought it was ridiculous, everyone could see that Amandina was loyal to the count. But he also felt that since the Lord left, Tanajal's days had indeed become harder and harder. This might be related to the turmoil in the south, but it made it difficult for people to trust the princess' ability. These days made him feel anxious. Although the struggle for power between the nobles and the royal family had nothing to do with them, the bottom of the Erewhon, no Tanajal was willing to return to the past. "Captain, I heard that the army in the north is full of monsters." The youngest sentry in the sentry tower stared at the dark red flame in the darkness, and there seemed to be a ball of fire in his dark eyes. He looked at the gurgling lid of the teapot and suddenly said, "Don't talk nonsense, where did the monsters come from?" "I heard it from a merchant, he came from the north. He heard that the nobles in the north colluded with the monsters and killed the king's eldest son. Otherwise, why would they fight here? The king's eldest son has already made peace with us." The captain glared at him. Nonsense. However, he also felt uneasy. It seemed that there had indeed been a massacre in Ampere Seal. Many of the merchants who had come from the north to seek refuge here were in a state of panic. Some of them vividly described the tragic scene of the battle. However, such rumors also increased the tension in Tanajal. The sentinel added a branch to the stove, and a spark burst out from the flames. He then asked, "Captain, do you think Maynard can win?" "Of course, what nonsense are you talking about?" The captain replied snappily, "We have the White Lion Guards, the subterranean dwellers, and the Buga fleet. Who in Alwyn is our match? But no one is sure." "Have you heard, Captain? I heard that the rebels have the support of the Bugas. The Bugas are also divided into many groups. Didn't Lady Maynard say that the ones involved in the rebellion are only a small part of them? By the time the rest of the Bugas react, they'll be finished. What if we lose before the other Bugas realize what's going on? Why do you have so much crap to say?" The captain gave him a knock on the head. "If we lose, we lose. The sky won't fall. Besides, the Lord hasn't returned yet. When the Lord comes back, these guys will be nothing." The sentinel cried out and hurriedly covered his head. However, the captain's words made the tower quiet for a moment. Everyone stopped talking and looked in their direction. Yes, the Lord hasn't returned yet. But he will definitely come back. Everyone in Tanajal still remembered the miracle of Lord Paulus, and how he turned the tide in Ampere Seal. He was a man who made the impossible possible, and any difficulty seemed to be easy in front of him. It was a kind of blind confidence. A crackling sound suddenly came from the top of the building. Everyone looked up and saw Hadrian rolling down the stairs and into the pile of firewood below. Captain, there's someone." "Who is it?" The captain stood up almost instantly. He lifted the teapot and poured the tea onto the fire. Sparks flew and smoke rose into the air. The people outside immediately closed the door. A few sentinels had already taken their crossbows from the shelf. "Yes, yes, yes." Hadrian's face was red as he gestured wildly. F***CKU, calm down. Isn't it just an enemy attack?" The captain kicked him. "Tell me clearly, is it the rebel army's henchmen? If it is, we'll go and F***CK their asses up." No. Hadrian scrambled to his feet and gestured. Yes. It's my lord." "What?" The captain almost thought that he had misheard. But at this moment, the door outside was knocked open with a bang. It was the sentinel outside who came in. Both of them looked like they had seen a ghost. Behind them, a lady with a long ponytail and a halberd in her hand walked in. Allium Japonicum silently looked at Menta on the other side of the Gree River. Snow began to fall sporadically from the sky. This winter's snow had come late enough, and she could almost foresee the drought and insect infestation next year. Fortunately, Tonajul had the druids and their acolytes, so it was slightly better. But in other regions, life was not so good. The winter rain and snow were bone-chilling, but she only wore a shawl over her armor. She even refused the fur vest. The troops from Abes were crossing the ferry, but there were only a few of them. The main force was the 3rd platoon of the White Lion Guard stationed in Gars. Do you really not need to bring the subterranean dwellers and the fleet? Before Miss Amandina left, she told me that if necessary, I can give you a portion of Valhalla's power. Monique said from beside her. Allium Japonicum shook her head. This is only to cover Menta's retreat. We're not going to fight the traitors. Then, what is the best time? At least until we know who our opponents are. It's not just the Bugas. Allium Japonicum nodded. In the past month, news of the disaster of White Mountain had spread like a plague across the continent. News of the Bugas withdrawing from the wilderness of 4 realms shook the entire Wond, and the conflict between the undead and the wind elves intensified. However, Erwin's people did not have the time to care about these things that were still far away from them. The eldest son of the king, Levon Ornessen, went missing near Pelican Castle, and almost overnight, it caused unease among the northern nobles. But before they could express their protest, a mysterious army that originated from Yenbao had already moved south. In just half a month, it had conquered Covardo, Grey Mountain, and Cipher, and besieged Erwin's navy and the White Lion Legion in Yanilasu and Balta respectively. By the middle of the month of slumber, this army had already arrived at the city of Ampere Seal. And it was at this time that no one would have thought that the grey mages of the Sassalds would publicly break the sacred covenant and intervene in the civil war of the mortal kingdoms. And so, with the Bugas pushing behind the scenes, Randner's civil war broke out. Transportation and communications between Lantanailan, Randner, and Silman were completely cut off, and Ampere Seal and Frada, which had lost their rear, were declared lost one after another. Her Royal Highness and the little prince had lost contact, and there was no news of them at all. The first column of the White Lion Legion had loyally completed their duties in Ampere Seal, while the second column was blocked in Cipher on the other side of Frada, and the Royal Knight Regiment had suffered a crushing defeat in Frada. In what seemed like the blink of an eye, Allium Japonicum found herself facing all this alone and without help. The last news she received was about the fact that the mysterious army's vanguard had crossed Frada Pass and was heading straight for the northern fortress of Tonajul, Palace. Allium Japonicum understood that the fall of Palace was only a matter of time, and Brando had never set up a real defense in that direction. The only core of Tonajul's defense line was Valhalla. But was Valhalla really enough to rely on? As the army went south and merged with Randner's rebel army, Allium Japonicum gradually saw the outline of the whole incident. Although some people swore that the nobles in the north were in cahoots with the demons, others thought that it was a rebel army from the usurper of Yenbao, and there were even rumors about the intrigues of the Kurlutz people. But Allium Japonicum could already smell the scent of the Sassalds' alliance behind the rebel army. History had begun to revert, and the Wizard War was coming as expected. But there was still a third party in this war, which did not match the history she knew. The key factor was Yenbao. The mysterious army that originated from Yenbao. In Allium Japonicum's memory of the dream, the only memory of Yenbao for her was the crystal forest. It was the crystal cluster. She felt that she had found the third party on this battlefield. The Sassalds had allied with the Twilight Dragon earlier than history. But why would they make such a big fuss over a mere Erwin? Allium Japonicum suddenly thought of the words that Freya had brought back from Brando, Sophie. Could it be that Erwin was hiding some secret? Otherwise, why would it be so unique? She still remembered the locals' description of the day of the Black Moon's fall. The pillar of light that shot into the sky caused Erwin to suffer the least damage in that disaster. If only Sophie was here. Allium Japonicum could not help but mutter. She did not know how she could win this war. Facing Lord Paulus was the Sassalds, the infidels, the Twilight Dragon's minions, and the rebels in the south. It was a huge coalition that was almost impossible to defeat. Moreover, she still had to hope that the princess would be safe. You seem to be in a difficult position. Of course it is. Erwin's opponents were never set up for enemies of the level of the Sassalds, at least not now. We can use the slate that Miss Scarlet sent back. Mr. Tamar has temporarily lent it to me. It can deliver magic power that far exceeds the magic engine provided by Miss Amandina. I only need a little more time to complete the charging of the lower network. Monica replied, at that time, we may have more confidence. But the prerequisite is that Miss Maynard must protect yourself, because you are the only one with the highest authority in Valhalla. If you are not here, I can't command this fortress to fight. I will, Allium Japonicum replied, don't worry, this operation will be very safe. It will only cover for Mr. Reto and the others to retreat. To be honest, I don't want to use Valhalla's power for another reason. I am someone beside the princess, you should understand. I don't quite understand the thoughts of you humans. Monica shook her head, but I also support a defensive battle. This will consume much less of the world tree. Allium Japonicum nodded, I should be back in 3 days. Count Oberway has already confirmed the movements of the rebels. It should be enough to buy us 3 days. Even if there are any problems, I can retreat in advance. I hope so. Monica took out a gem the size of a human pinky from her pocket and handed it to the female knight with both hands, but you better take this with you. Life gem? Yes, if you encounter danger, I will find a way to get the wind archers or the subterranean dwellers to help you. Allium Japonicum nodded. She saw the last group of soldiers waiting across the river. She loosened the reins, clamped the horse's belly slightly, and let the warhorse under her start to move forward. She turned to Monica and said, good luck. Then wish us good luck, Monica. Monica nodded and watched the female knight rush into the rain. Chapter 1463. Snow fluttered on the ground, and soon a thin layer of snow accumulated outside the gates of Abes. The scattered white seemed to be washing away the filth of the old world, adding a touch of freshness to the kingdom. Then we'll say goodbye here, Hainf. Outside the gates of Coldshurt, Brando said, I'm really sorry for taking up so much of your time. It's nothing, my lord, this is also my own request. Hainf smiled carelessly. I just came out to relax, there's nothing particularly important. He looked at Ling and Lotus and waved to the two sisters. Ling, Lotus, take care of yourselves. I'll come to Lantern Island to see you when I have the chance. You too, Mr. Hainf. Lotus bowed in return. Ling was still expressionless and silent, his hands tightly holding the bag full of dried Dracaena moss. See you later, my lord. See you later. Hainf took one last look at Roland before turning and disappearing into the crowd. Roland bared his teeth and asked Brando, where are you going to take me, respected wizard? Your father is the Redbud Count? Wysick, the deputy commander of the Southern Legion? Brando glanced at him and asked. Yes. Then why did he send you to Tonagel? If I remember correctly, your family has a deep relationship with the royal faction. Didn't your father disagree with Princess Griffine's ideals? On the one hand, it's to learn. After all, the Count is famous in Erwin. It can be foreseen that no matter who is in power in the future, there will be a place for Tonagel at the top of Erwin. On the other hand, it's to obtain some information, mainly regarding Her Highness the Princess. My father wants to know the true relationship between Her Highness the eldest princess and the people of Trendheim. Roland replied without hesitation. However, after seeing Brando's interrogation methods, he did not expect to hide anything. He did not want to become an idiot like those Bugas. What do you think? There are rumors that Her Royal Highness will marry Count Tonagel Randner, but Her Royal Highness has never expressed her stance, and I heard that Count Randner already has a wife. Who did you hear that from? Brando interrupted him. The Count is a Highland knight and has been married since he was a child. He was already in his 40s when he participated in the Ampere Seal Peace Conference, so he should be married by now. I heard that the Count also has a daughter called Sifrid. What did you say? Brando almost choked. He thought to himself, what kind of ridiculous rumor is this? He turned around and saw that Lien's little face had turned red. Ling also looked at him with a strange look. What's wrong? Did I say something wrong? Noticing the strange expressions on everyone's faces, Roland could not help but stop. No, I didn't, Brando replied weakly. It's only been less than a week, and I'm already 10 years older. Gossips are really scary. But it seems like I do have a marriage arranged before I was born, but as for the person, go on. Roland continued, if Her Royal Highness does not intend to marry Count Tonagel, then she is undoubtedly too close to the Count's retainers. The strange thing is that the Count himself does not seem to mind and even agreed to the request of being an ambassador to the Empire. Is this your own judgment? That's what the nobles think. Brando thought to himself, these people sure have a rich imagination. Being nobles seems to be a waste of talent for them. Why don't I just let Her Royal Highness arrest them and force them to become screenwriters, novelists or something? That would save them from causing trouble all day long. Nonsense. Scarlet finally could not hold it in anymore and sneered coldly. The Count's trip to cruise was obviously for her, but these schemers gave him an inexplicable reason. This is based on facts, ouch, Roland tried to defend himself, but before he could finish, he was hit by a halberd. Fortunately, Scarlet, kind-heartedly, used the handle of the halberd, or else his abdomen would have been split open. Brando looked sympathetically at the youth who was bent over like a shrimp on the ground. He shook his head and signaled Ropar to help him up. I'll give you 2 pieces of advice. First, don't reason with a lady, especially a beautiful lady who is stronger than you. Second, don't overcomplicate things. Sometimes, the simplest reason may be the truth of the matter. Brando finished and turned to walk towards Cold Shirt Castle in the snow. What did you say, wizard? Roland did not hear clearly. He held his stomach and got up to ask. Brando did not answer his question. Instead, he looked at the streets of Ab's castle. He had not been here for some time. Cold Shirt Castle had expanded a lot, but the streets were somewhat desolate. Night patrols and soldiers could be seen everywhere. It was full of the aura of war. Before Brando entered the city, he had heard about the war in the north and the rebellion of the nobles. He was a little surprised by the latter. The action of the nobles was somewhat beyond his expectations. However, considering the shadow of the Saucelds behind them, it was not surprising. He asked about the army that came from the north, but not many people could explain it clearly. It was said that the army set afire in Ampere Seal, burning 1/3 of the port to the ground. This rumor made Brando's face darken. Those who were familiar with him might understand that Brando had already sentenced some people to death in his heart. It seemed that those people were still alive and kicking, but Scarlet knew that someone was about to be unlucky. Brando was more worried about what happened to Ranner. He could only hope that the Duke of Grenoires would not go too far. If something happened to Her Highness, Amandina, and the others, then he would let these people know what a real disaster was. But in the end, this debt would be settled with the Saucelds. He did not blame his senior, Her Highness, and the others for their mistakes. After all, the Bugas were opponents of a different level. Erwin was far from having the ability to wrestle with them, even if he was prepared. But fortunately, he was back. In history, Vladimir the Great was still high-spirited for a period of time, but this time, Brando wanted to make him regret the choice he made. He slowly walked towards the direction of Cold Shirt Fortress, silently observing the mental state of the Tonagel people along the way. It seemed that the construction of the Roman lady was fruitful. Although the army was pressing on the border, there were no scenes of looting and panic. The people even seemed to have a common enemy. The owners of the shops cursed the invaders, and the civilians were also discussing the upcoming war, but most of them had confidence in Tonagel. This scene also deeply shocked Roland. He had never seen such civilians in any of Erwin's regions. They were talking about their own fate and the fate of this territory, as if they were the masters here. They were full of pride towards Tonagel and their count. But at the same time, he also frowned because of Randner's rebellion. Brando saw his expression and could not help but feel strange. You don't look happy? Why would I be happy? Aren't you on the same side as these people? It's because I'm on the same side as these idiots that I have a headache. Her words made Brendel, who was brewing his anger, laugh involuntarily. Where did that come from? Violence is the worst principle in Erwin's current situation, especially when they intend to involve Tonagel in the war. You're not so naive as to think that the conflict in Erwin can be resolved peacefully, are you? The problem does not necessarily need to be resolved. My father told me that as long as the power of the royal family is restricted, Her Highness will have to maintain the current balance. What we need to do now is to not let the nobles in the north side of the Corvado family because of the eldest son of the king, so that we can obtain as many benefits as possible in the Second Ampere Seal Conference. Brando looked at the youth who was frowning and sighed. This is the reason why you formed an alliance with the Sassolds. Who are the Sassolds? A branch of the Buga people. Because the Buga people have designs on some things in Erewhon, they do not want to see the birth of a powerful Corvado dynasty, just like the setback they encountered in Cruz. Is this what your father told you? Roland nodded. You've been deceived. Of course, your father may be in the dark too, but at least he knows more than you. What do you mean? Can't you see that the Sassolds have ulterior motives? Everything they are doing now is to push Erewhon into the fire pit. Unfortunately, the nobles think that they are using each other, but they don't know that they are not qualified at all. Roland could not help but freeze in place. Brando did not speak anymore and continued to walk forward. The snow was getting heavier and heavier, and the eaves on both sides of the road were already snow-white. This world wrapped in silver seemed to be descending. Roland was stunned for a moment in the snow. Suddenly, a figure rushed out from the crowd and collided with him. He let out a muffled groan and fell backwards, caught off guard. That person also let out an ouch and tumbled. Roland was about to curse when he heard a shocked voice, Roland. Roland looked up and found that the person who had knocked him down was a handsome boy. Coincidentally, the other person was Haim's younger brother. Clin. Ah, Roland, you're back. That person got up and said excitedly, just in time, come with me, something big has happened. What? Roland frowned and looked at this pair of brothers who were haunting him. I heard that Count Tonagel has returned. Chapter 1464. What did you say? Roland was shocked. Like many others, he had only stayed in Tonagel for less than half a year. As the situation in the southern border became more and more tense, he listened to his father's orders and secretly returned to his family. Although it was said to be a secret, it was difficult to hide it from the people of Tonagel. Fortunately, Lady Amandina did not stop him. However, like many other young nobles, he came because of the Count's reputation, but he did not get the chance to see the legendary Count. He could not help but feel disappointed. Hearing Krillin say that Count Trentheim had actually returned to Coldshurt at this time, Roland could not help but feel excited and uneasy. The uneasiness was naturally due to the fact that he and the Count were enemies and not friends. Once he thought of the Count's legendary experiences, the young man could not help but feel anxious. Moreover, the Count's freedom did not seem to be in his hands. Thinking of this, Roland subconsciously turned his gaze to Brando, who was not far away. Brando was also paying attention to the conversation. Krillin had naturally noticed the young man who was with Roland. He faintly felt that he was familiar, but he did not think much of it. Now that he saw Roland asking for his opinion, he could not help but be shocked. He thought that Brando was a descendant of one of the prominent families in the southern border, perhaps an illegitimate son of the Duke of Grenoires. Who is he? He asked softly. A magus, Roland replied dryly, and then added, very powerful. It was as if he was trying to justify his loss of freedom. However, Krillin did not think so. Roland's vague explanation only increased his suspicions. Besides, how could there be such a young magus who was very powerful? Did he really think that everyone in this world was like the Shire? Moreover, it was said that the Shire was in the state of a heroic spirit, which was why he looked so young. It was said that he was from the same era as Sword Saint Darius. However, he didn't question him rashly and only looked at the latter. He did not recognize Scarlet because Highlander girls rarely appeared in the territory, but the silver elf bloodline in Ling and Lotus shocked him. Most of the nobles sent to Tonajul were personally taught by Amandina, especially the younger generation. Clint was only 10 years old this year, and even though Roland was slightly older, he was only 15 years old. The education they received in Tonajul was often far beyond their peers. Amandina herself was knowledgeable, and most of her knowledge about Erwin came from Brando. Not only did she surpass Erwin in this era, but she also surpassed the knowledge and vision of most people in this era. In Erwin, there were almost no nobles who could truly differentiate the different branches of the Silver Elves, and there were also not many who knew that there were factions within Madara. It could be said that the youths who came from Tonajul were the most insightful and far-sighted people in Erwin in this era. Clint had studied in Tonajul for much longer than Roland, so he could recognize the Silver Elf characteristics on Ling and Lotus at a glance. He couldn't help but be amazed that there was a pair of beautiful Silver Elf descendants in Tonajul. At this time, Brando stopped Scarlet, who was about to ask questions, and at the same time, gave a look to the Grey Wolves mercenaries, and asked Albert to delay the Highlander girl. At the same time, he opened his mouth and asked, "The Count of Tonajul you mentioned is the famous Count?" "Yes, Mr. Wizard." "Then bring us to him." Brando's tone was almost indisputable, and the boy found himself unable to open his mouth to refute. He could only subconsciously look at Roland in confusion. Bring him to him. Roland had long been familiar with the way the young wizard spoke, and he replied with a tone of despair. This wizard seemed easy to get along with, but when he got serious, he had the aura of a lord. He spoke as if thousands of soldiers and horses were bowing down to him. He had only seen such an aura from Duke Grenoir's. He could not help but mutter to himself about Hainf's unreliable deduction. Clint thought for a moment, and it seemed that there was no reason to object. Now that the enemy was in front of them, the Count had to meet the people of Cold Shirt to calm them down. He believed that no one would dare to behave atrociously in front of the legendary figure. "Sir Roland, who allowed you to spread rumors in Cold Shirt?" Yuta coldly stared at the middle-aged man in front of her. The lonely winter sun passed through the skylight and formed a beam of light that fell on the dark hall of Castle Abes. The arched door leading to the courtyard was wide open, and the sunlight that fell on the ground was shockingly bright. The middle-aged man standing in front of Yuta had a thick beard above his lips. He was dressed in a neat suit, and there was a faint sneer on his face. "Madam Yuta, I did spread some news outside, but I'm afraid it's not all rumors, right? This is Tonajul, and there's no need for you to go beyond your authority." "What's wrong?" Roland pretended to be surprised and replied, "Even the Count's return to his territory is a secret that needs to be kept." "Ridiculous. How could the Lord come back at this time?" Yuta suddenly realized that it was a secret and subconsciously closed her mouth. She looked at the other party with her emerald eyes and took a deep breath. Her towering breasts gently rose and fell, and then she replied, "In short, I hope you can abide by the rules that guests should abide by, or I'll have to send you out of the country." "Oh, so the one who really has the right to speak in this land is no longer the Count of Tonajul?" "Has Madame Yuta decided to disobey your lord, or have you already colluded with that woman to have such an intention?" "Sir Roland, pay attention to your words. I'll report everything that happened here today to Count Corvado. Maybe you've drunk too much. I'll let you go out and sober up." Yuta didn't know what was wrong with this guy. In her memory, although this night was not very outstanding, at least he was a polite gentleman, but today he seemed to be as aggressive as a mad dog. She turned around and coldly shouted, "Guards!" At this time, the hall was slightly dark, and a figure blocked the sunlight at the door. It was a young man wearing a black trench coat, and there was a thick layer of snow on his woolen coat. Yuta's voice was stuck in her throat, My lord." "Yuta, why are you so rude to the friends of the king's party?" the young man asked with a frown. Yuta felt every hair on her body stand up. That sharp metallic voice was definitely not the lord she was familiar with. She subconsciously took a step back and pulled out her long sword. There was a metallic sound in the air, and the bright light reflected on the wall. The tip of the sword shook slightly and pointed directly at the two people opposite her. Yutta held the sword that Brando gave her, and the leather gloves engraved with the black pine emblem rubbed the mithril hilt and guard. She shouted, "Guards, catch these two people." The young man did not seem to hear the sword in her hand. He touched his cheek with his hand. "Strange, don't I look like the Count of Tonajal?" Yutta could not bear it anymore. She growled and stabbed the sword, but she felt that her sword had pierced a layer of barrier and could not go any further. The young man raised his hand, and a sharp airflow swept across her abdomen. Yutta only felt that her vision turned black, and a tearing pain came from her lower abdomen. Her legs were weak, and she could not hold the sword in her hand. It fell to the ground with a clang, and she subconsciously knelt down. At that moment, the entire hall seemed to spin in front of her eyes. As the world spun, she felt herself falling to the ground. In her field of vision, a dazzling and eye-catching smear of blood was slowly spreading, like a flower blooming in the autumn forest. Pain and struggle were reflected in the female knight's eyes. She tried her best to get up and grab onto something, but her blood-stained fingers eventually stopped moving. Not far away, the sword that the Lord gave her was lying quietly on the ground. The sword was slender, and the blade was reflecting the cold winter sun. Rosebud looked indifferently at the female knight lying in a pool of blood. The young man beside him had turned in another direction. The guard who was rushing over with a halberd suddenly flew back and hit the long table. With a bang, the table and chair collapsed. It seemed that it was just a moment, and the hall immersed in darkness was quiet again. Sir Rosebud squatted down and used his finger to check Yutta's breath. "She's not dead yet. It doesn't matter. We still need her anyway." He stood up again and snapped his fingers. Several black knights in heavy armor came in from the outside and moved the unconscious female knight away from the pool of blood. The young man looked at Yutta's sword at his feet. He thought for a moment, stepped on it, and broke the blade in two. There was a soft sound. At the other end of the hall, someone seemed to have knocked down the candlestick. "Who is it?" Rosebud quickly looked in that direction and could only see the back of a black-haired girl. He knew the girl. She was a girl from Butchie named Sue. She was the daughter of Copper Dragon Reto and a guest of Abe's castle. "Catch her, don't let her leave Abe's castle." A wind blade had already left the young man's hand, but this time it hit the stone pillar at the other end of the hall, stirring up a cloud of gravel. Sue had already opened the back door in that direction and escaped from there. "Catch her." Rosebud did not expect such an accident to happen and could not help but shout in exasperation. Chapter 1465. The young man did not move, but the Black Knight stood up and chased in that direction. Sir Rosebud tugged at his collar and wanted to follow, but the young man beside him grabbed his arm. "You can't go. We'll be in big trouble if she escapes." "She won't be able to escape. Calm down, my friend. That little girl is at most an iron-ranked warrior. If it's the Banksian's knight, they won't be of much use, but at least they can handle such a small matter." Rosebud thought about it and calmed down. "You're right. Get ready, I'll accompany you to the square." The young man smiled. "Although I don't know who this count is, he should be proud of himself. To think that I would have to play the role of a mortal." He tilted his head. "This feeling, to be honest, is a little strange. He's not a simple human. Be careful, he's quite close to William and Tolman. The ones who should be worried are the Grey Mages. I heard that the fortress designed by the mortal is quite unique." Rosebud could hear the ridicule in the Buga's voice and could not help but laugh. The fortress that the mortal was so proud of was a joke. The square outside the main gate of Castle Abes was already crowded with people. The snow was getting heavier, and the statue of the knight above the fountain in the middle of the square was covered in a thick layer of snow. It was as if a thick layer of cushion had been added to the bronze shoulders, and the long tassels of the helmet were also dyed white. In the nearby bars, people crowded to the window seats, and the square was silent. Everyone seemed to be waiting for someone to appear. Heinz sat by the window of the bar and stared at the snowflakes that were melting into water stains on the window lattice. He felt that he had bad luck since he left the wizard. First, he could not find his brother, and the maid of Abes told him that Clint Montoro had moved out for a few days. Abes was so big that he could not search every inch of it. To make matters worse, the road to Paulus and Radnor was blocked by the rebels. He was still safe and sound when he left Erewhon. He was extremely worried about his father in Vladapest, but it was to no avail. After all, even if the rebel army did not surround Fort Paris, as a rising noble who was close to the royal family, he had nowhere to go. Perhaps they could only wait for the war to end, but the future was bleak. Even Her Royal Highness was trapped in Radnor and there was no news of her. Count Tanagel's most capable subordinates, including Amandina, were also not in Abes. For a moment, the young man felt a sense of helplessness. He remembered that he had encouraged Roland when he was in Salnan. He did not expect that the situation between them would change so quickly. In his depression, he could only find a random bar to drink while thinking about his future plans. In short, he must first ascertain the whereabouts of his father, and if he had indeed perished in Frada, then he must find a way to take his brother away. If Her Royal Highness was able to pull herself together in the future, she should give his family a place to live, right? Just as Heinz was about to get drunk, news about the Count came back. It was as if his luck had changed from that moment onwards. He realized that he had chosen a wise position. In just a short 15 minutes, there were a few people who wanted to pay a high price in exchange for his position. There was even a female swordswoman with a hot figure who boldly threw him a flirtatious glance. But after a painful decision, the young man flatly refused. It was the first time he could see the hero he worshipped in his heart at such a close distance. Stingy mister, this should be enough, right? The female swordswoman, who called herself Claudia, sat beside him and squeezed together with him. She used a hoarse voice to whisper in his ear. Miss Claudia, even though the female swordswoman's appearance was average and she wore thick leather armor, it could not hide her hot figure. Heinz only felt that his mouth was dry. He was not a virgin, but this was too much. Don't mind it, the female swordswoman interrupted him with a smile. It seems that you are not a native of Tanagel. Are you also interested in the Count? Aren't you also not a native? Heinz stuttered. You actually don't know? I am a mercenary. In Tanagel, there is no mercenary who does not respect the Count. He stood up for us in the Battle of Abes. Heinz saw the female swordswoman's worshipful expression and could not help but feel jealous. But didn't Abes expel many mercenaries and adventurers? Those notorious fellows, how many normal people do you think would welcome them? I applaud the people of Tanagel for doing so. Claudia replied disapprovingly. Only then did Hainfu come to a realization and nod silently. At this moment, there was a commotion in the crowd. Heinf also saw a group of people appear in the direction of Abes castle. More than 10 black-armored knights escorted someone out from the castle gate behind the drawbridge. His lordship is out. Someone in the crowd shouted. Heinf instantly became excited and even forgot about the beautiful scenery around him. He grasped the lattice of the window and almost leaned his body out to see clearly what the legendary Count was like. The crowd also became excited and the whispers seemed to have quieted down. Then, the people spontaneously chanted the name and honorific that had been passed down from mouth to mouth. The buzzing of voices converged into a torrent. Count Tanagel. The descendant of the sword Saint Darius. Our Lord. It was as if this title alone could eliminate all the uneasiness and fear that had been plaguing them for the past few days. This was the pride of the Tanagel people. This pride made them understand that as long as its owner did not leave them, then today's predicament would become a thing of the past. It would become a memory of yesterday. My lord. My lord. The spontaneous shouts were like a tsunami, rising and falling one after another. Heinf also felt his blood boiling, as if all the difficulties no longer existed. The Count was naturally invincible. What were the Buga people in front of him? He also joined in the shouting. But the swordswoman asked in his ear, "Have you seen the Count?" No. Heinf shivered slightly, but I have heard every rumor about him. He is our kingdom's greatest knight of this era. Yes, the swordswoman also looked in that direction. I only saw him once a year ago from afar. The Count is a very special noble. The young man rode on a highland horse from Grenoires, calmly enjoying the cheers of the crowd. I'm a little surprised, he looked back and said to Sir Rosebun, this mortal has such a high reputation here. He must be a guy who is good at bewitching people. Mortals see this as a kind of power. Rosebun replied with a cold face, that's why there are so many deceivers, but they don't understand what real power is. The young man only smiled and shook his head. Clint dragged Roland forward in the fanatical crowd, trying to get closer to the Count, but it was a little futile. Brando shook his head helplessly and pointed with his finger. An invisible force separated the crowd so that they could continue to move forward. The snow was getting heavier and heavier, and the sky was a vast expanse of white. Brando was not as enthusiastic as the two teenagers. He had silently put on his hood. Seeing this, Scarlet also pulled up her gray hood and stood behind him. Both of them saw the Count of Tonnagel in the distance. My lord, should we squeeze past him? Albert frowned. That guy must be a fake. Of course he's a fake. Scarlet gave Albert a slap on the head. Do I need you to tell me that? Big sister, Albert felt that he had been wronged. Wasn't he just trying to make His Excellency angry? He wasn't speaking for the enemy. Why is Miss Yuta there? Scarlet frowned and whispered, was she deceived or coerced? That's not her. Brando shook his head. His face had already darkened. He turned to Albert and the others and said, Albert, take the Grey Wolves mercenaries to AB's castle, but don't act rashly. If there are enemies, find out what happened in AB's castle and what happened to Miss Yuta. My lord, leave it to me. Albert immediately nodded and whistled. He immediately turned and left in another direction with the rest of the Grey Wolves mercenaries. Do I have to go too? Scarlet tightened her grip on the halberd and couldn't help but ask. No, Brando shook his head, let's wait and see what this guy wants to do. He raised his head and looked in the direction of AB's castle with a gloomy face. He had to first determine who the other enemies were. For them to be able to enter Tonnagel and put on such a show, it definitely wasn't as simple as the nobles of the southern border. Roland and Clint, who were in the front of the group, shivered. What's wrong? Why didn't that wizard follow us? Clint touched his neck and looked behind him strangely. Isn't he with you? Don't worry about him. Roland considered whether to run away, but after thinking about it, he gave up on this futile plan. He's a strange guy. Clint shrugged. Let's walk faster. We're already very close to the Count. Heavens, now I have something to talk about. Let's see if those fellows still dare to pretend to be experienced in front of me. Roland snorted at this little guy's attitude, but he was also a little excited. Although the matters in the north troubled him, at least it wasn't the matter at hand, right? You're tuning into the Dreamy Love Stories YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.